My uncle stole my inheritance to fund his gambling addiction, so I made him lose everything. For years, my Uncle David, 51, was the golden child of our family. I'm 28 now, and growing up I watched him charm everyone at family gatherings, while my mom, his younger sister, quietly worked 2 jobs to support me after my dad died. David always had the nice cars, the expensive clothes, and endless stories about his successful consulting business. My grandparents adored him and constantly held him up as the example I should follow. My grandfather passed away when I was 22, and my grandmother followed 2 years later. They'd been careful with money their whole lives and left behind an estate worth around $400,000. The will split everything 3 ways between my mom, David, and me. My third was supposed to be $133,000, enough to pay off my student loans and maybe put a down payment on a small house. It felt like finally catching a break after years of struggling. David was named executor since he was the oldest and supposedly the most financially savvy. He assured us he'd handle everything properly and get us our inheritances within a few months once probate cleared. My mom trusted her brother completely. I was more skeptical, but didn't think he'd actually steal from family. 6 months passed, then a year. David kept saying there were complications with the estate, tax issues to resolve, properties to sell. He'd send occasional updates that sounded official but were vague on details. My mom believed him because he was her big brother. I started getting suspicious when I noticed he'd bought a new Mercedes and was taking expensive trips to Vegas that he posted about on Facebook. I finally hired a lawyer to look into the estate. Turns out probate had closed 8 months earlier. The full estate had been dispersed to David as executor, and he'd deposited everything into his personal accounts. He was supposed to distribute our shares, but instead had kept all of it. $400,000 that belonged to 3 people, and he'd taken every penny. When confronted, David claimed he'd made investments with the money that went bad, and he'd lost everything. He said he'd been trying to win it back to pay us what we were owed. Win it back. He'd gambled away our inheritance. My mom's entire financial security gone because her brother had a gambling addiction nobody knew about. My mom was devastated. That money was supposed to help her retire in a few years. Instead, she'd have to keep working indefinitely. She refused to take legal action against David because he was family, and she couldn't bear the thought of sending her brother to prison. She actually felt sorry for him, said he was sick and needed help, not punishment. I didn't share her compassion. David had stolen my future and my mom's retirement to feed slot machines in Vegas casinos. He showed no real remorse, just self-pity about his gambling problem. When I told him I was considering pressing charges, he actually laughed and said I didn't have the guts to tear the family apart. He knew my mom wouldn't support legal action and thought that meant he was safe. He was wrong about what I was willing to do. I started by documenting everything. I got copies of the probate records showing when the estate closed and when David received the money. I pulled his social media posts showing his Vegas trips with timestamps that corresponded to when he should have been distributing our inheritance. I tracked down bank statements through my lawyer, showing the deposits and subsequent withdrawals to various casinos. I built an airtight case showing David had committed theft and embezzlement. Then I went deeper. I started investigating David's consulting business that he'd always bragged about. Turns out it barely existed. He had a business license and a website, but almost no actual clients. Most of his income over the past decade had come from small loans from my grandparents that he'd never repaid. He'd been living beyond his means for years, sustained by family money and credit cards. I discovered he owed back taxes. A lot of back taxes. He hadn't filed properly in 3 years and owed the IRS over $60,000. He'd been ignoring their notices, probably hoping he'd win big at the casino and solve all his problems at once. I also found out he'd taken out a second mortgage on his house that he was behind on, and he had over $100,000 in credit card debt. David's financial life was a house of cards held up by our inheritance money, which he'd promptly gambled away. Now everything was collapsing. but he was still trying to maintain appearances and hide the truth from everyone. I made copies of everything and sent a detailed package to the IRS with David's tax delinquency information. I filed a formal complaint with the State Bar Association, since David had acted as executor in a fiduciary capacity. I reported the theft to the police and the district attorney's office. And then I did something I knew would hurt him most. I told the entire family exactly what he'd done. I created a detailed document laying out the timeline, the evidence, and the amounts. I explained how David had stolen from all three of us, gambled it away, and lied about it for over a year. I sent it to every aunt, uncle, and cousin. I posted it in the family Facebook group. I made sure everyone knew that the golden child they'd all admired was actually a thief and a gambling addict who'd stolen his own mother's estate. The reaction was immediate and brutal. David's siblings stopped speaking to him. His own children, who were in their 20s, were horrified. Family members who'd loaned him money over the years realized they'd never be repaid. The pedestal he'd stood on for decades crumbled in a single day. People started sharing their own stories of times David had borrowed money or asked for help, painting a picture of someone who'd been scamming family for years. But the legal consequences were worse. The DA decided to prosecute based on the clear evidence of theft from an estate. The IRS hit him with liens and started garnishing whatever income he had. The State Bar Association investigation found he'd violated fiduciary duties. His bank started foreclosure proceedings on his house after I anonymously tipped them off about his inheritance theft, suggesting they check whether their collateral was at risk. David's life unraveled in about 3 months. He was arrested and charged with multiple felonies, including theft, embezzlement, and fraud. His house went into foreclosure. His wife filed for divorce, taking their kids and what little assets weren't seized. He had to get a public defender because he couldn't afford a lawyer. The consulting business that barely existed officially dissolved. The family completely shunned him. Nobody would take his calls or visit him. At his arraignment, my mom and I were the only family members who showed up. And we were there as victims, not supporters. David looked broken, standing there in a cheap suit that didn't fit right, facing a judge who was reading off charges that could send him to prison for years. He pleaded guilty as part of a deal, got 3 years in prison plus 5 years probation, and was ordered to make restitution of the full $400,000 plus interest and penalties. Given his financial situation, he'll be paying that debt for the rest of his life. Every tax refund, every paycheck, garnished until he's paid back what he stole. My mom got her money back eventually, mostly through the court-ordered restitution and David's seized assets, though it took 2 years. I got most of mine too. We're not whole, but we're closer than we were. The real cost wasn't financial, though. It was watching my mom realize her brother had betrayed her, and then watching me destroy what was left of him. She's conflicted about what I did, grateful we got our money back, but devastated that her brother is in prison and the family is fractured. She tells me I did what I had to do, but I can hear the sadness in her voice. She lost her brother twice, once to his betrayal and once to my revenge. David's ex-wife won't let his kids visit him in prison. They want nothing to do with him after learning he stole from their grandmother's estate. His daughter sent me a message thanking me for exposing him, saying she'd suspected something was wrong for years, but never had proof. His son hasn't spoken to me since the arrest. Other family members are split. Some think I was right to pursue every avenue to get justice and hold David accountable. Others think I went too far, that I should have handled it privately or given him a chance to make things right before involving the IRS and the DA. My aunt told me I'd destroyed my uncle's life when he was already suffering from addiction, that I'd kicked him when he was down instead of helping him get treatment. The truth is, I wanted him destroyed. I wasn't just trying to get our money back or see justice served. I wanted David to lose everything, the way he'd tried to make us lose everything. I wanted him humiliated in front of the family that had always praised him. I wanted him in prison. I wanted his wife to leave him and his kids to be ashamed of him. And I made all of that happen. David gets out in 18 months. He'll be 53, broke, with a felony record, and destroyed relationships. He'll probably never recover financially or socially. His gambling addiction destroyed him, but I made sure the destruction was total and public. Sometimes I feel justified. Sometimes I wonder if I became the villain while punishing one. Was I wrong to pursue every possible consequence instead of just getting our money back? Or did David deserve to lose everything for stealing from his own family? My parents sold my childhood home behind my back, so I exposed their secret second family. Discovering that your childhood home was sold without your knowledge hits differently when you're 26 and thought you still had a key. I'm Elena, and when I drove past my family's house last month to grab some boxes from the attic, I found a moving truck and strangers walking through the door. Confused, I called my mom immediately. She sounded uncomfortable and said they'd decided to downsize, that they'd tried to tell me but I'd been so busy with work. She promised my belongings were in storage and I could pick them up any time. Something felt wrong. My parents weren't downsizing age. Dad was only 58 and Mom was 55, both still working full-time. The house was paid off, a beautiful 4-bedroom in a great neighborhood that had been in our family for 30 years. I'd grown up there, and my parents had always talked about it being where they'd retire and where grandkids would visit someday. Selling it made no sense, especially without really discussing it with me first. I pressed Mom for details and she got defensive, saying it was their house and their decision. She said I was being entitled, thinking I had any say in what they did with their property. That stung, but she wasn't wrong legally. Still, the whole thing felt off. My younger brother Cameron, 23, was equally confused when I called him. He hadn't known about the sale either, and our parents had been vague with him too. Cameron and I decided to drive to the new address Mom had given us for where they'd moved. It was across town in a small 2-bedroom condo, definitely a downgrade. When we arrived unannounced, Mom answered the door looking panicked. She tried to tell us it wasn't a good time, but we pushed past her into the condo. That's when we saw them. A woman about our age sitting on the couch with a teenage boy who looked remarkably like our father. The woman stood up nervously and introduced herself as Diana. The boy, who looked about 16, was named Marcus. Mom started crying immediately, and Dad emerged from the bedroom looking like he'd seen a ghost. In that moment, everything became horrifyingly clear. Our father had another family, a whole secret second family he'd been supporting for years, and that's why they'd sold our childhood home. The truth came out in pieces over the next few hours because Cameron refused to leave until we knew everything. Dad had met Diana 17 years ago during a work trip. She'd gotten pregnant, and instead of ending his marriage, Dad had decided to maintain both families simultaneously. He'd been living a double life, spending weekdays with us and weekends traveling for work when he was actually with Diana and Marcus. The financial strain of supporting 2 households had finally become unsustainable. Dad and Mom had decided to sell our house, split the proceeds, and essentially end their marriage so Dad could fully commit to Diana and Marcus. Mom was getting the condo and half the house sale money, about $400,000. Dad was moving to another state with Diana and Marcus to start fresh, also with his $400,000. Cameron and I sat there stunned as our parents explained this like it was a reasonable solution to a difficult situation. Mom knew about Diana and Marcus for over a decade, but had stayed because of finances and not wanting to disrupt our childhoods. Now that Cameron and I were adults, she was finally leaving. Dad actually seemed relieved to have it out in the open, saying he'd loved both families but couldn't keep up the charade anymore. I looked at Marcus, this 16-year-old kid who was technically my half-brother, and felt nothing but rage. Not at him, he was innocent in this, but at my father who'd built a secret life and was now dismantling our family like it was a business arrangement. The home I'd grown up in, where every room held memories, sold to fund Dad's fresh start with his other family. Cameron started yelling at Dad, calling him every name imaginable. Mom tried to defend her decision to stay silent, saying she'd done it for us. Diana sat quietly, looking uncomfortable, probably realizing she was the other woman, even though she'd apparently thought she was Dad's actual partner for years. Dad had lied to everyone. I left that condo in shock and spent the next week processing what I'd learned. My entire childhood had been built on a lie. Every time Dad said he was traveling for work, he was with his other son. Every family vacation we took, Diana and Marcus were probably wondering where he was. Our family photos, our traditions, our memories, all of it had been happening alongside a parallel family we'd known nothing about. Then, the anger set in. Dad had stolen my childhood home to fund his escape with his secret family. Mom had enabled his lies for over a decade. They'd both decided their shame and financial arrangements were more important than being honest with their children. They'd sold our home without really consulting us, treating us like we were just inconvenient loose ends in their mess. I started digging into the finances because something still didn't add up. Our house had sold for around $800,000, and my parents were splitting it. But Dad had supposedly been supporting 2 households for 17 years. Where had that money come from? I accessed old financial records I still had from when I'd lived at home, and what I found made everything so much worse. Dad hadn't just been supporting Diana and Marcus with his salary, he'd been embezzling from his company. Small amounts over many years, channeled through fake consulting invoices and padded expense reports. Over 17 years, he'd stolen nearly $600,000 from his employer to fund his double life. The only reason he'd sold our house now was because an upcoming audit would expose the theft, and he needed cash to run. My father wasn't just a liar and a cheater. He was a thief planning to flee the state with stolen money before his crimes caught up to him. The house sale wasn't about downsizing or fresh starts. It was about converting assets to cash before his arrest. He was planning to disappear with Diana and Marcus to a state without extradition agreements, using my childhood home's equity to fund their escape. I sat on this information for 3 days, trying to decide what to do. Part of me wanted to protect Dad despite everything because he was still my father. Part of me wanted to burn his entire life down for what he'd done to our family. Cameron urged me to go to the police, but I knew that would destroy Mom's life too, since she'd benefited from the embezzled money, even unknowingly. Then I thought about Marcus. He was 16, just a kid. If Dad went to prison, Marcus would lose his father at a crucial time in his life. Diana would be left alone to support a teenager with no resources. They were victims of Dad's lies as much as we were. Did they deserve to have their lives destroyed because I wanted revenge? But I also thought about Dad's company, about the people who'd worked there and might lose their jobs if the embezzlement had hurt the business, about the principle that criminals shouldn't get to escape consequences by selling off family assets and fleeing, about the fact that Dad had been willing to steal from everyone, his employer, his family, everyone, to maintain his lies. I made copies of all the financial evidence and sent them to Dad's company anonymously, along with information about his plan to flee the state. I included details about the house sale timing and where he was planning to move. Then, I waited. The company launched an immediate investigation and found everything I'd found, and more. The total embezzlement over 17 years was actually closer to $900,000. Dad had been stealing more recently to prepare for his escape. The company filed criminal charges and froze Dad's assets, including his share of the house sale proceeds. He was arrested before he could leave the state. The arrest made local news because of the amount embezzled and the length of the scheme. Dad's double life came out during the investigation because prosecutors traced money to Diana's accounts. The story exploded. Prominent businessman arrested for embezzlement, had secret second family, attempted to flee. Our family name was everywhere. Mom's $400,000 from the house sale was also frozen initially as potential proceeds of crime, though her lawyer is fighting to get it released since she can prove she didn't know about the embezzlement. She's broke, living in that condo with no income and no access to the money she'd planned to live on. She calls me crying, saying I destroyed our family by reporting Dad, that we could have figured something else out. Cameron is furious with me. He thinks I should have talked to Dad first, given him a chance to return the money and avoid prison. He points out that Dad's now facing 15 to 20 years for embezzlement and fraud, that he'll be nearly 80 when he gets out. He says I made a choice that destroyed our father's life when I could have handled it privately. Diana and Marcus are devastated. Diana had no idea about the embezzlement and is now associated with a criminal. She's struggling financially because Dad's support is gone, and she has no claim to the frozen assets. Marcus is traumatized, losing his father to prison and learning his entire life was funded by stolen money. My half-brother's life is ruined because I reported our father. Dad's employer recovered some assets, but not nearly everything. They had to lay off a dozen employees because of the financial damage Dad's theft caused. Those people lost their jobs partly because I exposed what was happening, even though I was trying to prevent more harm. The company may not survive the financial and reputational damage. My extended family is fractured. My grandparents, Dad's parents, say I betrayed my own father and could have protected him. My aunts and uncles are split between supporting my decision and thinking I was vindictive. Family members who've known me since I was born now see me as the person who sent their relative to prison. I lost my childhood home, discovered my father's second family, learned he was a criminal, and then made the choice to expose him knowing it would send him to prison for potentially decades. Yes, he was guilty. Yes, he deserved consequences. But I'm the one who made sure those consequences were devastating and permanent. I could have confronted him privately, could have given him a chance to surrender or make restitution. Instead, I went straight to his employer with evidence that guaranteed his arrest and prosecution. Dad wrote me a letter from jail. He doesn't defend his actions but says I've become someone he doesn't recognize, someone cruel enough to destroy their own father. He says whatever anger I felt about the house and his lies, surely it didn't warrant ensuring he'd spend his remaining healthy years in prison. He's right that my choices meant the difference between Dad possibly getting help or mercy versus facing maximum prosecution. I got my revenge. Dad will be in prison for years, probably dying there. His reputation is destroyed, his families are fractured, and he lost everything. But I also destroyed Marcus's childhood, contributed to people losing their jobs, and ensured my mother will spend her later years struggling financially with no access to the money she'd planned to live on. The ripple effects of my decision to report Dad anonymously have hurt so many people beyond just him. My therapist asks me weekly whether I reported the embezzlement because it was the right thing to do or because I wanted Dad to suffer maximally for betraying our family. The truthful answer is, I wanted both justice and revenge, and those motivations became inseparable. Would I have reported a stranger's embezzlement with the same evidence? Probably. But would I have done it anonymously, with such perfect timing to ensure maximum damage? I don't know. Was I justified in exposing my father's crimes and ensuring his prosecution? Or did I destroy too many innocent lives in pursuit of revenge for my sold childhood home? My aunt convinced my dying grandmother to cut me out, so I exposed her elder abuse scheme. Watching my grandmother, Martha, slowly lose herself to Alzheimer's was the hardest thing I've ever experienced. I'm 29 now, and Grandma Martha, 82, had been my rock growing up after my parents died in a car accident when I was 8. She raised me from that point on, gave me a stable home, put me through college, and loved me unconditionally. She was my entire world. When her diagnosis came 4 years ago, I moved back to my hometown to help care for her. I was working remotely as a software developer, so I could be flexible with my schedule. My Aunt Carol, 56, my mother's older sister, lived 2 hours away, and would visit occasionally, but claimed her job and her own family made it impossible to help regularly. I understood and didn't push. I was happy to be there for Grandma. The first 2 years were manageable. Grandma had good days and bad days, but we had a routine. I'd work during the day while a home health aide stayed with her, then I'd take over in the evenings and weekends. We'd look at old photo albums, I'd cook her favorite meals, and we'd watch her beloved classic movies. Even as her memory faded, she seemed happy and comfortable. Then Carol started visiting more frequently. At first, I thought it was nice that she was finally stepping up. She'd take Grandma out for lunch, sit with her for hours, and seemed genuinely engaged. But I started noticing Grandma seemed confused and agitated after Carol's visits. She'd ask me strange questions about money or about changing her will. I'd reassure her everything was fine and assume it was just the disease progressing. About 18 months ago, Carol suggested we should think about Grandma's estate planning. She said with Alzheimer's, we needed to make sure everything was in order while Grandma still had some capacity to make decisions. She recommended a lawyer she knew who specialized in elder law. I agreed it made sense to review everything, though Grandma had already set up a will years ago that split her estate between Carol and me equally. The lawyer, a man named Gerald Price, came to the house to meet with Grandma. Carol insisted on being present for the meeting while I was at a doctor's appointment I couldn't reschedule. When I got home, Carol said everything went well, and Grandma had just updated some minor details. She seemed pleased but vague about specifics. Over the next few months, Carol's visits intensified. She'd show up unannounced, often when I was out running errands. She'd call Grandma constantly, and I noticed she'd taken over managing some of Grandma's financial accounts, claiming it was to help lighten my load. She'd gotten power of attorney somehow, though I didn't remember discussing that. Grandma's condition deteriorated rapidly that year. Whether it was natural progression or the stress, I couldn't tell. She became withdrawn and anxious, especially around Carol. Sometimes she'd cry after Carol left and couldn't explain why. I asked Carol if something was wrong, if maybe her visits were too overwhelming, but Carol got defensive. She said I was being paranoid and trying to keep her away from her own mother. Then, 8 months ago, Grandma had a bad fall and ended up hospitalized. While she was recovering, I got a call from Grandma's bank. There had been unusual activity on her accounts, and they wanted to verify some large transfers. I had no idea what they were talking about. When I investigated, I discovered that over $90,000 had been transferred out of Grandma's savings over the past year. Carol had power of attorney and had been systematically draining Grandma's accounts. Transfers to Carol's personal account, cash withdrawals, payments for things that had nothing to do with Grandma's care. She'd been stealing from her own mother while Grandma's mind deteriorated. But it got worse. While at the hospital, I requested copies of Grandma's recent medical and legal documents. That's when I found out about the new will, the one Carol had arranged with Gerald Price. Grandma's estate, which was worth about $600,000, including her house and investments, now went entirely to Carol. I was completely cut out. The will had been changed during that meeting when I was at my doctor's appointment. Gerald Price had documented that Grandma was of sound mind and making her own decisions. But the timing was suspicious. This was during a period when Grandma barely remembered what she'd eaten for breakfast, yet supposedly, she'd clearly articulated that she wanted to disinherit the grandchild she'd raised. I felt sick. Carol had used Grandma's disease to steal from her and manipulate her into cutting me out of the will. She'd isolated Grandma during visits, used her power of attorney to drain accounts, and convinced a lawyer to certify that a woman with advanced Alzheimer's was competent to make major estate decisions. I contacted an attorney who specialized in elder abuse and estate law. I showed him everything: the financial records showing Carol's theft, medical records documenting Grandma's cognitive decline, the timeline showing the will was changed when Grandma was clearly not competent, and statements from Grandma's doctors about her condition at the time. My attorney said I had strong grounds to challenge the will and report Carol for elder abuse and financial exploitation. He warned me that going this route would likely mean criminal charges against Carol and a nasty legal battle. I told him to file everything. We started with Adult Protective Services, filing a detailed report of financial exploitation. Then we filed a police report. The bank records made the theft undeniable. We also filed to have the new will declared invalid due to lack of capacity and undue influence, seeking to reinstate the previous will. The investigation moved quickly because the evidence was so clear. Carol had been sloppy, probably assuming Grandma would die before anyone noticed, and I'd be too grief-stricken to fight. Adult Protective Services interviewed Grandma's doctors, reviewed medical records, and examined the financial transactions. The police brought in a forensic accountant. They discovered Carol had stolen over $130,000 total. She'd been forging some documents, using the power of attorney inappropriately for personal benefit, and had systematically isolated Grandma from other family members, and even some of her doctors who might have questioned what was happening. The investigation into Gerald Price, the lawyer, revealed he'd done this before. He had a pattern of working with family members to create questionable estate documents for elderly clients with diminished capacity. Several other families came forward with similar stories. He was disbarred and faced his own criminal charges. Carol was arrested at her home 6 months ago. The charges included elder abuse, financial exploitation, theft, fraud, and forgery. Her husband claimed he knew nothing about it and filed for divorce immediately. Her adult children were horrified. Her son called me apologizing, saying he'd noticed his mother had money for things she shouldn't have been able to afford, but never imagined this. The criminal trial is still pending, but the civil case about the will was resolved. The court found that Grandma clearly lacked capacity when the new will was created, and that Carol had exercised undue influence. The previous will was reinstated, splitting the estate equally between Carol and me. Though given the criminal charges, Carol's inheritance will likely go entirely to restitution for what she stole. Grandma passed away 3 months ago. She was in hospice by then, no longer recognizing anyone. I was with her at the end, holding her hand. Carol was in jail awaiting trial and wasn't allowed to attend the funeral. At the funeral, several family members approached me. Some thanked me for protecting Grandma and stopping Carol. Others, particularly Carol's children and her ex-husband's family, looked at me with resentment. Carol's daughter told me I'd destroyed her mother's life over money, that Carol had just been trying to secure her future, and I'd been vindictive. My best friend says I did exactly what I should have done, that Carol committed serious crimes against a vulnerable elderly woman and deserved every consequence. My therapist points out that I protected Grandma from ongoing exploitation and held someone accountable for elder abuse. But here's what haunts me. Carol is facing 10 to 15 years in prison. She's 56 years old. She'll likely spend the rest of her viable adult life incarcerated. Her marriage ended, her children are estranged from her, her career is gone. She'll come out an elderly woman with a felony record and nothing. And yes, she stole from her own mother. Yes, she manipulated a dying woman with Alzheimer's. Yes, she deserved to face consequences. But I'm the one who made sure those consequences were as severe as possible. I could have just challenged the will and recovered the stolen money. I didn't have to report her to the police. I didn't have to cooperate so thoroughly with the prosecution. Carol's son, my cousin David, came to me after the funeral. He told me his mother had been struggling financially for years, had made terrible choices, but that she'd loved Grandma in her own broken way. He said prison would kill her spirit, and asked if I could talk to the prosecutor about a plea deal for a lighter sentence. I refused. I refused because I wanted Carol to pay for what she did. Not just to give back the money, but to suffer real consequences. I wanted her to go to prison. I wanted her life destroyed, the way she'd tried to destroy my relationship with Grandma and steal my inheritance. The prosecutor offered Carol a plea deal: plead guilty to reduced charges, serve 3 years, pay full restitution. She turned it down initially, hoping for a better outcome at trial. But the evidence was overwhelming, and her lawyer finally convinced her to take a modified deal. 5 years in prison, full restitution, and probation. She'll serve at least 4 years with good behavior. She's currently in county jail awaiting transfer to state prison. I inherited half of Grandma's estate, about $300,000 after expenses, debts, and the portion that went to restitution. Carol's half will be liquidated to cover what she stole plus penalties. I bought a house with some of the money, something Grandma always wanted me to have. But I can't enjoy it. I walk through rooms that Grandma's money paid for and think about Carol sitting in a cell. I think about David's message, asking me to show mercy. I think about Carol's daughter crying at the funeral. Carol exploited and stole from her own mother who had Alzheimer's. She manipulated a vulnerable elderly woman for financial gain. Those are facts. But I'm the one who made sure she went to prison for it. I'm the one who refused to consider leniency. I'm the one who wanted maximum consequences. My attorney says I was a hero for protecting an elderly abuse victim. Carol's family says I'm cruel and vindictive. Grandma isn't here to tell me what she would have wanted. And I'm left wondering if I pursued justice for her or revenge for myself. Was I right to pursue criminal charges that will send my aunt to prison? Or should I have stopped at recovering the money and invalidating the fraudulent will? My brother framed me for arson to get my inheritance, so I exposed his insurance fraud ring. Waking up to police pounding on my door at 6 a.m. wasn't how I expected my 30th birthday to start. I'm Marcus, and my older brother Kyle, 33, and I had never been close, but I never imagined he'd try to destroy my life. The officers said my family's restaurant, the one my late father had left to both of us, had burned down overnight. Witnesses reported seeing someone matching my description leaving the scene right before the fire started. Security footage from a nearby business showed my car in the area at 2 a.m. I was still half asleep trying to process this when they arrested me for arson. My car had been parked in my driveway all night. I'd been home sleeping, but they had footage and witness statements. The evidence looked damning. The restaurant was a total loss, and the insurance policy my father had set up was worth nearly $2 million. As co-owners, Kyle and I would split that money once the investigation cleared. Except the investigation wasn't clearing me. The fire marshal found accelerant patterns consistent with intentional arson. The security footage clearly showed my car, my license plate visible. 2 witnesses, both friends of Kyle's I later learned, swore they'd seen me in the area acting suspiciously. My public defender looked overwhelmed and kept suggesting I take a plea deal. Kyle visited me in jail before I made bail. He looked concerned, said he couldn't believe I'd do something like this, but that maybe the stress of Dad's death and the restaurant struggling had pushed me to make a terrible choice. He offered to testify as a character witness if I admitted I'd had a breakdown. I told him I was innocent, and he needed to believe me. He just looked sad and said sometimes people we love make mistakes we can't understand. That's when I realized. Kyle had done this. He'd somehow faked the evidence to frame me for burning down our restaurant. If I went to prison for arson, I'd forfeit my share of the inheritance and the insurance payout. Kyle would get everything, both the insurance money and full ownership of the land the restaurant sat on, which was in a rapidly developing area worth a fortune for redevelopment. I needed to prove my innocence and expose what Kyle had done, but I had no resources. I was facing felony arson charges with evidence that looked airtight. Then my ex-girlfriend Maya, who I'd stayed friends with, came to visit. She worked in digital forensics and offered to look at the case materials. She said something felt off about the security footage, that the metadata didn't look right. Maya spent 3 days analyzing the footage and found what we needed. The video had been manipulated. Someone had digitally inserted my license plate over another vehicle's plate using editing software. The timestamps showed inconsistencies. It was sophisticated work, but Maya's expertise caught the alterations. She prepared a formal report, and we took it to my attorney. With this evidence, We got the charges dismissed, and the prosecutor agreed to investigate who'd actually set the fire. That investigation led straight to Kyle. They found he'd hired someone to steal my car for a few hours that night, burn down the restaurant, and return the car. The editor who'd manipulated the footage was a freelancer Kyle had paid. The witnesses were his friends, who he'd coached with specific details. But as investigators dug deeper, they found something bigger. Kyle had done this before. 5 years ago, he'd owned a different business that mysteriously burned down, collecting insurance money. 3 years before that, another property fire with a generous insurance payout. Kyle had been running insurance fraud schemes for years, targeting properties he owned or co-owned, creating false evidence or using accomplices, and collecting the money. The pattern was undeniable once investigators looked for it. Kyle had refined his methods over time, learning to create better false evidence and cover his tracks. Framing me was just his latest, most brazen scheme. He'd figured no one would suspect loving brothers of being involved in insurance fraud if one was clearly the arsonist and the other the innocent victim. Kyle was arrested and charged with multiple counts of arson, insurance fraud, conspiracy, and attempted murder since people had been in neighboring buildings when he'd set fires. The investigation expanded to include federal authorities because the insurance fraud crossed state lines and involved interstate commerce. Kyle was looking at decades in prison. I should have felt relieved. My name was cleared, Kyle would face justice, and I'd inherit Dad's property outright. But I kept thinking about how Kyle had been willing to send me to prison for years, to give me a felony record, to destroy my life completely, just to get more money. We'd grown up together. I'd looked up to him as a kid. How had he become someone capable of this? Then I found out about Kyle's debts. He owed over $300,000 to various creditors and had taken loans from dangerous people. His beautiful house, his luxury cars, his perfect life, all of it was built on debt and fraud. He'd been desperate, and I'd been his way out. If I went to prison for arson, he'd get the insurance money to pay his debts and start fresh. The federal prosecutor handling Kyle's case offered me a choice. I could testify against Kyle, detailing our relationship and his character, helping ensure a longer sentence. Or I could stay out of it. Let the evidence speak for itself, and Kyle would probably get 15 to 20 years instead of potentially 30, 35 with my testimony. The prosecutor said my testimony would be powerful because I was the victim, and it would show Kyle's complete lack of remorse for trying to destroy his own brother. I struggled with this decision. Kyle had tried to ruin my life, had been willing to let me rot in prison while he lived comfortably on money from our father's legacy. He'd committed insurance fraud for years, endangering people with his fires. He deserved the maximum sentence. But he was also my brother. Our mother was still alive and already devastated by what Kyle had done. She was 68 and in poor health. If Kyle got 35 years, he'd be nearly 70 when released. She'd likely die before ever seeing her son outside prison again. My testifying would effectively ensure she'd never have both her sons free at the same time again. I decided to testify. I told the court everything, how Kyle had visited me in jail and pretended to care while knowing he'd framed me, how he'd been willing to destroy my life for money, how our father would have been heartbroken by what his eldest son had become. I made sure the judge and jury understood exactly how calculating and remorseless Kyle had been. Kyle was sentenced to 33 years in federal prison. With good behavior, he'll serve at least 28 years. He'll be 61 when he gets out, if he survives that long. His wife divorced him before sentencing, taking their 2 kids whom I'd been close with. They want nothing to do with the family name now. My mother hasn't spoken to me since the sentencing. She blames me for ensuring Kyle got the maximum sentence when I could have stayed silent. She says I chose revenge over mercy, that I've taken her son away from her for what will likely be the rest of her life. She's right that my testimony was the difference between Kyle getting 15-20 years versus 33 years. My sister, who'd stayed neutral through everything, told me I'd become vindictive. She agreed Kyle deserved prison, but said I'd actively worked to ensure he'd rot there for decades, when a shorter sentence would have been justice enough. She pointed out that Kyle's kids, ages 8 and 11, will grow up without a father because I chose to testify for maximum impact. The insurance money and property inheritance came to me. I'm rebuilding the restaurant as a tribute to Dad. I'm financially secure and my legal record is clear. But I think constantly about Kyle in federal prison, about my mother's last words to me, calling me cruel, about my nephew and niece who've lost their father, largely because I ensured his sentence would be as long as possible. Kyle's former cellmate, released after serving his own sentence, contacted me last month. He said Kyle talks about me constantly, that the betrayal of me testifying against him destroyed him more than the prison time itself. Kyle apparently believed that no matter how badly he'd screwed up, family didn't turn on family in court. He expected me to stay silent, or even defend his character. My testimony was the ultimate betrayal in his mind. The prosecutor thanked me for my courage in testifying. Victim advocates praised me for standing up to someone who'd tried to destroy me. But I know the truth. I didn't testify just to ensure justice or protect potential future victims. I testified because I wanted Kyle to suffer as much as possible for what he'd tried to do to me. I wanted him to spend decades in prison, thinking about how he'd attempted to frame his own brother. Kyle framed me for arson, and would have let me go to prison to steal my inheritance. He'd endangered lives with multiple fires over the years. He deserved prison. But I'm the one who made sure his sentence was long enough that he'll emerge an old man with no life left, that our mother will die without seeing him free, and that his children will barely remember him. The restaurant is opening next month. It's successful, and I'm doing well, but I can't enjoy it fully knowing Kyle is in a cell, partially because I chose to testify, when I could have let the evidence alone convict him with a shorter sentence. My girlfriend says Kyle made his choices and I just told the truth. My therapist asks me to examine whether I testified to protect society or to ensure Kyle's punishment matched my anger. I think about my nephew and niece growing up, knowing their uncle put their dad away for most of their childhood. I think about my mother, who might die before Kyle is released, spending her final years hating me. I think about Kyle, who became a desperate criminal, but was still my brother, spending the next 3 decades in prison, partly because I wanted him to pay as harshly as possible. Was I right to testify and ensure my brother got the maximum sentence? Or did I prioritize revenge over mercy when a shorter sentence would have been sufficient justice? My brother sabotaged my wedding to steal my fiancé, so I exposed his infertility secret. Watching my fiancé kiss my brother 3 hours before our wedding ceremony was the kind of betrayal that fundamentally changes who you are. I'm Alex, 31, and my younger brother Connor, 28, had always been competitive with me growing up, but I never imagined he'd go this far. I'd arrived early at the venue to check on last-minute details and found them in one of the preparation rooms, wrapped around each other, her wedding dress already on. They broke apart when they heard me, and the look on their faces wasn't guilt or shame. It was almost relief, like they'd been waiting for this moment. Emma, my fiancée of 3 years, said she was sorry but she couldn't marry me because she'd fallen in love with Connor. She said it had been going on for 6 months, that they'd tried to fight it but couldn't deny their feelings anymore. Connor stood there nodding, saying he knew the timing was terrible, but that he and Emma were meant to be together. He actually used the word soulmates. This was 3 hours before 200 guests were supposed to watch us exchange vows. I stood there in shock as they explained they'd planned to tell me after the honeymoon, but Emma couldn't go through with the wedding ceremony knowing she loved someone else. How generous of her. The venue was set up, the caterers were preparing food, guests were already arriving at the hotel, and my fiancé and brother were telling me they'd been having an affair and wanted to be together. Connor had the audacity to ask if I'd help him explain to our parents. I called off the wedding, made the announcement to arriving guests, and spent what should have been my wedding night alone in a hotel room while my entire life imploded. The humiliation was crushing. Everyone knew. The story spread through our social circle within hours. Groom's brother steals his bride on the wedding day. I was a joke, a cautionary tale, the poor fool who didn't see it coming. Over the next few weeks, as I tried to process everything, I learned the affair had started much earlier than 6 months. Connor had been systematically undermining my relationship with Emma for over a year, planting doubts about our compatibility, positioning himself as the understanding friend she could confide in, creating situations where they'd be alone together. He'd engineered the entire thing, pursuing my fiancée deliberately while pretending to be my supportive brother. What made it more painful was how quickly they went public. Within 2 weeks, Connor and Emma were posting couple photos on social media, attending events together, playing the role of tragic lovers who'd found each other despite impossible circumstances. Our parents were confused and hurt, but tried to stay neutral, which felt like a betrayal in itself. They kept saying they didn't condone what happened, but Connor was still their son, and they had to maintain a relationship with him. I fell into a depression, lost my job because I couldn't focus, gained weight, stopped seeing friends because I couldn't handle the pity or the questions. My life had been on track, engaged, good career, solid social circle, and Connor had destroyed all of it by seducing my fiancée and blowing everything up on what was supposed to be the happiest day of my life. Meanwhile, he seemed happier than ever, finally having won the ultimate competition against his older brother. Then, about 4 months after the failed wedding, I was at my parents' house picking up some mail when I found medical documents Connor had left in the bathroom. I wasn't snooping. They were just sitting on the counter near the sink. The documents were from a fertility specialist. Connor had severe oligospermia, an extremely low sperm count that made natural conception nearly impossible. The report was dated from 2 years ago, long before his affair with Emma started. I took photos of the documents before leaving. Later that night, I started putting pieces together. Emma had always been vocal about wanting children, lots of them, and soon. It was one of the main things we'd discussed before getting engaged. She wanted to start trying for a baby immediately after our wedding. Connor knew this because he'd been at dinners where Emma talked about her future family plans extensively. I did more digging through old emails and messages I still had access to. I found a conversation between Connor and his best friend from 8 months before the affair became physical. Connor had written that he was interested in Emma but worried about the kid situation eventually becoming a problem. His friend had advised him to cross that bridge when you come to it, and that maybe medical science would advance by the time it mattered. Connor knew he was essentially infertile, and he'd pursued Emma anyway, knowing how desperately she wanted biological children. He'd let her blow up her relationship in my wedding, let her fall in love with him, all while knowing he likely couldn't give her what she wanted most. That was almost more cruel than the affair itself, the deception about his ability to give her the future she'd always dreamed of. I sat on this information for a week, debating what to do. Part of me wanted to tell Emma immediately, to give her information that would affect her life choices. But another part of me, the hurt and angry part, wanted to use this information to hurt Connor the way he'd hurt me. I'd lost my fiancé, my dignity, my stability, and he was living his best life with the woman he'd stolen from me. This secret was the only weapon I had. I decided to wait. I wanted Emma to be truly, deeply invested in their relationship before learning the truth about Connor's infertility. I wanted her to be in love and planning a future before discovering that future was a lie. So I watched and waited as they moved in together, as they posted about their happiness, as Emma started talking on social media about her dreams of becoming a mother someday. 6 months after my ruined wedding, Connor proposed to Emma. The engagement photos were everywhere, both of them glowing, captions about soulmates and second chances. Emma posted something about how grateful she was for the courage to follow her heart, even when it meant breaking someone else's. She'd rewritten history where she was the brave heroine of a love story rather than the woman who cheated with her fiancé's brother. That's when I made my move. I created an anonymous email account and sent Emma all the medical documents showing Connor's infertility, along with the message exchange where he'd acknowledged the kid situation would be a problem. I included a timeline showing he'd known about his condition before pursuing her, and a note explaining that while I was her ex-fiancé and had my own hurt feelings, she deserved to know this information before marrying someone who'd deliberately hidden something that fundamentally affected her life plans. The message was simple. Connor has known for over 2 years that he's essentially infertile due to severe oligospermia. He pursued you, knowing how much you wanted biological children, and has never told you. You deserve to know the truth about your future with him before you marry him. Check the medical documents attached. This isn't about revenge, it's about informed consent for your life choices. Emma called Connor immediately to confront him. I know this because Connor called me 30 minutes later, screaming that I'd destroyed his relationship and his life. Emma had apparently broken down when Connor admitted the documents were real and that he'd been planning to tell her, eventually, about his fertility issues. She'd called off their engagement on the spot, saying he'd built their entire relationship on deception and stolen her chance at the family she'd always wanted. Connor accused me of being vindictive and cruel, of using his private medical information as a weapon because I couldn't handle that Emma had chosen him. He said I'd destroyed his chance at happiness because I was bitter about the wedding. He actually said I was the villain in this situation for exposing his private health information when he'd just been trying to protect Emma from worrying about something that might not even be an issue. I told him he'd knowingly deceived a woman who desperately wanted biological children, that he'd let her destroy her previous relationship and blow up her life to be with him while hiding information that fundamentally affected her future. He'd stolen my fiancée and my wedding day, and he'd done it while lying to her about his ability to give her what she wanted most. If that wasn't villainous, I didn't know what was. But the consequences spiraled beyond just Connor and Emma. Emma had a complete breakdown over this revelation. She was 29 and had sacrificed her relationship with me, someone who could have given her the family she wanted, for a man who'd lied to her about something so fundamental. She'd humiliated herself and me publicly, destroyed friendships and family relationships, all for a future that Connor had known was impossible, but had let her believe in. Emma attempted suicide 2 weeks after calling off her engagement to Connor. She survived, but spent a month in psychiatric care. Her parents blamed Connor for the deception and blamed me for exposing it in a way that caused such trauma. They said I should have told her privately and gently, not sent anonymous documents that made her feel like her entire life had been built on lies. They're right that my method was designed for maximum impact rather than Emma's well-being. Connor's life fell apart rapidly. Emma's suicide attempt became known in our social circle, and the story of why she'd done it, learning about his infertility deception, spread widely. People who'd been sympathetic to his and Emma's great love story turned against him when they learned he'd been lying about something so significant. He lost friends. Our parents finally took my side and largely cut him off, and his reputation was destroyed. But it got worse for Connor. The stress triggered severe depression and anxiety. He lost his job in sales because he couldn't function. He started drinking heavily. 6 months after Emma's suicide attempt, Connor was arrested for DUI after crashing his car into a fence. Nobody was hurt physically, but it was clear he was spiraling. The golden boy brother who'd stolen my fiancée had become an unemployed alcoholic facing criminal charges. Our mother called me crying, begging me to talk to Connor, to somehow help him because she was terrified he'd hurt himself. She said, yes, what he did to me was unforgivable, but that exposing his infertility had set off a chain reaction that had destroyed multiple lives. She said Emma nearly died. Connor was barely functioning, and I was the one who'd lit the match, even if Connor had provided the fuel. I refused. I said Connor had made his choices, and I'd simply given Emma information she deserved to have before marrying someone. If Connor couldn't handle the consequences of his deception, that wasn't my responsibility. But my mother's words haunted me. Emma had nearly died. Connor was self-destructing. And I'd known when I sent that email that it would cause maximum damage. That was the entire point. Emma eventually recovered physically but moved to another state to escape the situation and start over. She's apparently in therapy and trying to rebuild, but people who know her say she's fundamentally changed, less trusting and more cynical. She's 30 now and still wants children, but the trauma of what happened has made it hard for her to date or trust anyone. Her life trajectory was permanently altered by Connor's deception and my exposure of it. Connor is in court-mandated treatment after the DUI, living with our parents because he can't afford his own place, working a retail job because his career is dead. He's 29, and his life is essentially on hold, maybe permanently. The brother who'd been my rival and ultimately my betrayer has been reduced to a cautionary tale about deception and consequences. Our parents maintain minimal contact with me. They understand intellectually that I was wronged and that Connor deceived Emma. But emotionally, they can't forgive me for the method I used to expose him. They say I calculated the maximum damage and delivered it with precision, that I'd waited until Emma was most invested to drop the bomb, and that I'd sent it anonymously to avoid taking responsibility for the devastation I knew it would cause. My therapist has asked me repeatedly whether I regret how I handled it. I tell her Emma deserved to know before marrying Connor. That's true. But I also acknowledge I didn't tell her out of altruism or concern for her well-being. I told her because I wanted both of them to suffer the way I'd suffered. I wanted Emma to feel the betrayal and lost future I'd felt. I wanted Connor to lose everything I'd lost, and I succeeded. Connor will probably never have the relationship or family he wants because of his deception and the public exposure of it. Emma will carry trauma from this for the rest of her life, and nearly died because of how I revealed the truth. Our family is permanently broken, and I'm the one who ensured all of that happened. Not just by exposing Connor's secret, but by choosing the timing and method that would cause the most destruction. I think about Emma in that psychiatric hospital, about Connor drinking himself into oblivion, about my mother crying on the phone. Connor stole my fiancée and destroyed my wedding day. But I used his private medical information as a weapon, calculated maximum impact, and triggered a cascade of destruction that nearly killed someone and ruined multiple lives. I got my revenge, but at what cost to everyone involved, including myself? Was I justified in exposing Connor's infertility secret to Emma, even though my timing and method were calculated to cause maximum damage rather than just inform her? My brother stole my business idea and got funding, so I proved he stole classified research. Hearing your younger brother pitch your exact business plan to investors on a podcast was surreal. I'm 32, my name is Jordan, and my brother Caleb is 28. We'd always been close, or so I thought, bonded over our shared interest in renewable energy technology. I'd spent 3 years developing a proprietary battery storage system during my PhD program, working nights and weekends to perfect the prototype. I'd shared everything with Caleb, who worked in venture capital, asking for advice on how to eventually commercialize my research. 6 months ago, Caleb launched his own startup with $2 million in seed funding. The company's core technology? My exact battery storage system, down to the specific chemical composition and design specifications I'd shared with him in confidence. He'd filed patents under his name, created a pitch deck using my data, and convinced investors this was his revolutionary innovation. By the time I discovered what he'd done, his company was being featured in tech publications as the next big thing in green energy. I confronted Caleb immediately, and he acted like I was being paranoid and jealous. He claimed we'd collaborated on ideas, and he'd simply been the one with the business acumen to execute. He said in the startup world, ideas are worthless and execution is everything. So even if we discussed similar concepts, he was the one who'd actually built a company. He offered me a job at his startup as a technical consultant for significantly less than I could make elsewhere, which felt like adding insult to injury. What made it worse was our family's reaction. Our parents were thrilled about Caleb's success, posting proudly about his startup on social media and attending his launch events. When I tried to explain he'd stolen my research, they said I was being bitter about not thinking of commercializing it first. They told me I should be proud my little brother was so entrepreneurial, and that families should support each other. Caleb was their golden child finally living up to his potential, and I was the jealous older sibling trying to take credit. I consulted with an intellectual property attorney who said I had a case for theft of trade secrets, but it would be expensive and difficult to prove since I'd shared the information voluntarily with my brother. Patent law was complicated because Caleb had filed first, even though the underlying research was mine. A lawsuit would take years and might not succeed. The attorney suggested I could try to negotiate a settlement or equity stake in Caleb's company, but that felt like rewarding his theft. Then I remembered something crucial. My research hadn't been entirely independent. I'd been working under a grant from the Department of Energy at my university, which meant the research had federal funding and specific restrictions on how it could be used commercially. There were regulations about technology transfer, licensing requirements, and protocols for commercializing federally funded research. I'd been following those protocols and was in the process of working with my university's tech transfer office to properly license the technology. Caleb had completely bypassed all of that. By taking my research and filing patents himself, he'd essentially stolen technology that had been developed with federal grant money. That wasn't just intellectual property theft between brothers, it was potentially misappropriation of federally funded research, which carried serious legal and criminal implications. I went back to my university and explained the situation to the tech transfer office and the research compliance department. They were immediately concerned and launched an investigation. They contacted the Department of Energy, which had funded my research, and reported potential unauthorized use of grant-funded technology. The DOE takes this extremely seriously because taxpayer money funds research that's supposed to benefit the public, not be stolen for private profit. The investigation expanded quickly. Federal auditors reviewed Caleb's patents and compared them to my research documentation, lab notebooks, and published preliminary findings. The match was undeniable. Caleb had taken federally funded research and attempted to commercialize it privately without proper authorization or licensing. He'd violated multiple federal regulations regarding use of government-funded intellectual property. I also filed a formal complaint with the university for breach of research ethics. Even though Caleb wasn't affiliated with the university, I'd shared the research with him under an assumption of confidentiality and family trust. The university had policies about protecting research integrity, and they determined that Caleb's actions potentially damaged the institution's reputation and relationships with federal funding agencies. But I went further than just institutional complaints. I contacted Caleb's investors directly and provided them with documentation showing the technology they'd funded was based on stolen, federally funded research that Caleb had no legal right to commercialize. I included the investigation findings, the DOE's concerns, and the university's formal complaints. I made it clear that the patents Caleb had filed were likely invalid, and that his entire company was built on potentially criminal misappropriation of government research. The investors panicked. They'd put $2 million into a company that might be built on stolen federal research. Their due diligence had failed to uncover that Caleb didn't actually own the intellectual property he claimed to have invented. They faced potential liability for funding a venture based on misappropriated technology. Within 2 weeks, they'd frozen all funding to Caleb's startup and started legal proceedings to recover their investment. The Department of Energy formally concluded that Caleb had misappropriated federally funded research. They referred the case to the Department of Justice for potential criminal prosecution. Caleb's patents were challenged, and eventually invalidated because the underlying technology belonged to the university and the federal government, not to him. His startup collapsed entirely once the funding was pulled and the patents were voided. But the consequences didn't stop there. The DOJ decided to prosecute Caleb for theft of government property and fraud. The case was built on his knowing misappropriation of research he knew was federally funded, his false claims of invention on patent applications, and his fraudulent representations to investors. He was looking at potential federal prison time and significant fines. Caleb's legal defense costs bankrupted him. He'd already spent a significant portion of the investor money on startup operations, fancy offices, and paying himself a generous salary. When the investors sued for return of funds, he couldn't repay most of it. He lost his house, his car, everything. His career in venture capital was over because nobody would work with someone convicted of research theft and fraud. The trial happened 8 months ago. Caleb was convicted on multiple counts and sentenced to 3 years in federal prison, plus 5 years probation. He was ordered to pay restitution to the investors and fines to the government totaling over $3 million, money he doesn't have and will probably never be able to repay. He's currently serving his sentence at a minimum security facility. Our family completely fractured. Our parents initially blamed me for destroying Caleb's life and company, saying I could have worked things out privately instead of involving federal authorities. Our mother stopped speaking to me for months, sending angry messages about how I'd sent my own brother to prison out of jealousy. Our father tried to stay neutral, but ultimately sided with Mom, saying family should resolve conflicts internally, not through legal destruction. I tried to explain that Caleb had stolen federally funded research and committed crimes that had nothing to do with sibling rivalry, but they saw it as me choosing revenge over family. They attended Caleb's trial and sentencing, crying in the courtroom and glaring at me when I testified for the prosecution. The image of my mother's face when Caleb was sentenced haunts me. Caleb wrote me one letter from prison. It wasn't apologetic about the theft. Instead, it accused me of being vindictive and cruel. He said yes, he'd made a mistake taking my research, but that involving federal authorities and destroying his entire life was disproportionate punishment. He claimed I could have sued him civilly, could have negotiated equity in his company, could have done anything other than ensure he'd go to prison and lose everything. He said I'd chosen the path that would hurt him most because I wanted revenge. Here's what keeps me awake. Caleb is right that I had other options. I could have pursued just a civil lawsuit for theft of trade secrets. I could have negotiated with his investors for equity or settlement. I could have worked with the university to establish my rights without involving federal criminal prosecution. But I didn't do any of those things. I went straight to the federal authorities with full knowledge that it would likely result in criminal charges. I told myself I was protecting federal research integrity and ensuring proper use of taxpayer-funded technology. That was true. Those were legitimate concerns, and the regulations existed for good reasons. But I also wanted Caleb to suffer consequences beyond just giving back what he'd stolen. I wanted him to lose his company, his reputation, his freedom, everything. I wanted him destroyed for betraying my trust and stealing my work. The technology I developed has been properly licensed through the university now, and I'm working with a legitimate company to commercialize it. I'll eventually see financial returns from my research, done the right way. But those returns feel hollow, knowing they're built on my brother's incarceration. Caleb will be 31 when he's released, with a federal conviction that will follow him forever, massive debt he'll never repay, and a family that blames me for his downfall. Our younger sister tries to maintain relationships with both of us, but it's impossible. She visits Caleb in prison and calls me after, caught between her brother who's incarcerated and her brother who put him there. She's never directly said I was wrong, but I hear the sadness in her voice about our fractured family. She lost both her brothers in different ways because of my decision to pursue maximum consequences. The investors recovered some money through the legal settlement, but lost most of their $2 million. They're people who took a financial risk on what they thought was legitimate technology and got burned. Yes, they should have done better due diligence, but I'm also the one who made sure they knew the full extent of what Caleb had done, ensuring maximum legal and financial consequences rather than trying to quietly resolve things. Caleb's ex-girlfriend, who'd been planning to marry him before his arrest, reached out to me last year. She said Caleb had been wrong to steal my research, but that I'd been cruel in how I'd responded. She pointed out that Caleb would be a convicted felon for the rest of his life, unable to work in most professional fields, potentially unemployable beyond basic labor. She said I'd essentially ended his life's trajectory over intellectual property theft that could have been resolved civilly. My therapist asks me regularly whether I'd have involved federal authorities if Caleb wasn't my brother. If a stranger or colleague had stolen my research, would I have pushed for criminal prosecution, or would I have settled for civil remedies and getting proper credit? I genuinely don't know. The betrayal of family probably made me angrier and more determined to see him punished severely. But I also think about the principle involved. Federally funded research has specific regulations for good reasons. Taxpayer money shouldn't be stolen for private profit. The system I'd developed could have significant environmental benefits, and it needed to be commercialized properly with appropriate oversight and licensing. Caleb had violated those principles and undermined research integrity. Maybe criminal prosecution was appropriate regardless of our relationship. Yet, Caleb is sitting in a federal prison cell, and I'm the one who made sure he ended up there by going directly to federal authorities with evidence I knew would lead to criminal charges. Our parents will probably never forgive me. Our family gatherings will never include all of us again. And Caleb will carry a federal conviction for the rest of his life, all because I chose the most destructive legal path available rather than seeking civil resolution. Was I justified in reporting Caleb to federal authorities, knowing it would lead to criminal prosecution and prison time? Or should I have pursued civil remedies that wouldn't have destroyed his entire future? My dad bankrupted me paying for my stepsister's wedding, so I revealed she wasn't his. Nothing prepared me for the call from my bank telling me my account was overdrawn by $43,000. I'm Sophia, 29, and I'd been saving diligently for years to buy my first home. That money represented 7 years of sacrifice, of living with roommates when I could have afforded my own place, of skipping vacations and driving a beat-up car. Every penny of that $85,000 was supposed to be my future. Then in one afternoon, half of it vanished. The bank explained that my father, who I'd added as a secondary account holder years ago when I was in college for emergencies, had written checks against my account totaling $43,000. The checks had cleared over the past 2 weeks. I immediately called my dad, Michael, who's 56, demanding to know what was happening. He sounded stressed and said he'd needed to borrow money temporarily for an emergency, that he'd pay me back within a few months. He promised this was a one-time thing, an emergency. I pushed him for details, and finally, he admitted the truth. My stepsister Bella, 25, was getting married in 6 weeks, and the wedding costs had spiraled out of control. My stepmother Janet had insisted on an elaborate celebration, and Dad had agreed to pay for it to make her happy. But the costs kept increasing. The venue, the catering, the dress, everything was top tier and expensive. They'd maxed out their credit cards and taken out loans, but still came up $15,000 short. Then Janet's family demanded Dad cover an additional expense for extended family travel costs, another $10,000. And Bella wanted upgraded flowers and photography that added another $18,000. Dad said he'd panicked and remembered he had access to my account. He'd taken the money, planning to replace it after his next bonus at work in a few months. He apologized profusely and begged me not to tell Janet or Bella because it would ruin the wedding. He promised on everything sacred that he'd pay me back with interest. He said he'd made a terrible mistake, but had done it because family helps family, and Bella was my sister now, whether I liked it or not. I was furious. Bella wasn't my sister in any meaningful way. Dad had married Janet when I was 19 and Bella was 15, and we'd never bonded. Bella had always been entitled and spoiled, and Janet enabled her constantly. They'd moved into our family home after the marriage, and I'd felt pushed out by their presence. I'd moved out for college and rarely visited because being around Janet and Bella felt like being a guest in my own childhood home. And now Dad had stolen my down payment savings to fund Bella's princess wedding. He'd betrayed my trust and stolen from his own daughter to impress his stepdaughter and wife. I told Dad he had 1 week to return the full amount, or I'd report the theft to the police and sue him. He begged for more time, said it was impossible to get that much cash in a week, and reminded me he was still my father. I hung up on him. Over the next few days, Dad called repeatedly. He'd managed to scrape together $8,000 from somewhere and deposited it back into my account. He swore he was working on getting the rest, but needed time. Janet called me screaming that I was being selfish and trying to ruin Bella's special day over money. She said family should support each other and that I'd always been cold and unwelcoming to her daughter. Bella herself sent me a long text about how she'd always tried to have a sisterly relationship with me, and this proved I'd never accepted her as family. I was unmoved. They'd stolen from me and now wanted me to be understanding about it. I started looking into my legal options, and that's when I discovered something interesting. To build my case, I pulled all the financial records I could access showing Dad's spending patterns. I found canceled checks, credit card statements from when I'd had a joint card with Dad in college, anything that might show financial irresponsibility or a pattern of poor decisions. In those old records, I found something from 18 years ago that changed everything. Medical bills from when Janet had been pregnant with Bella. Specifically, bills for prenatal genetic testing that Dad had apparently paid for. The testing included paternity confirmation, which seemed odd since Janet and Dad were married. Why would Dad need paternity testing for his wife's pregnancy? I contacted the medical facility, claiming I needed records for family health history purposes. After some bureaucratic back and forth and signing releases, I got copies of the old medical files. The paternity test results were there. Michael was not Bella's biological father. Janet had apparently gotten pregnant by someone else, possibly before she'd even met Dad, and the timing had been close enough that she'd passed the baby off as his. The documents showed Dad had known about this before Bella was born. There were counseling notes from the facility about the couple deciding to proceed with the pregnancy despite the paternity results, with Dad agreeing to raise the child as his own. Janet had apparently had an affair or previous relationship, gotten pregnant, and Dad had agreed to be Bella's father legally and emotionally, despite knowing she wasn't his biological child. This explained some things I'd never understood about my childhood. Dad had always seemed to treat Bella with kid gloves, never enforcing rules the way he had with me. Janet had always had unusual power in their relationship, with Dad constantly acquiescing to her demands. Now I knew why. Janet had something on Dad. Or Dad felt obligated because of the paternity secret. Their entire marriage might have been built on this lie. I sat on this information for days, trying to decide what to do. Dad still owed me $35,000 with no real plan to repay it. The wedding was in 3 weeks, and Bella was posting constantly on social media about her perfect day and how blessed she was to have such a generous father paying for everything. My stolen money was funding her celebration, while I had to put my home dreams on hold indefinitely. Part of me wanted to confront Dad privately, to use this information as leverage to force him to return my money immediately. But another part of me, the angry, betrayed part, wanted to blow up their entire fake family dynamic. They'd stolen from me and acted like I was the villain for being upset. Maybe they deserved to have their lies exposed. I decided to take the nuclear option. I created a folder with copies of the paternity test results, the medical records, and a timeline showing Dad had known Bella wasn't his biological daughter before she was born. Then, I sent it to Bella directly, along with a message explaining that the man she called Dad, the man who'd stolen from his biological daughter to fund her wedding, wasn't actually her father and had known it for her entire life. I sent the same package to Janet and to several of their close family members who I knew would be at the wedding. I included a note explaining that I was sharing this because Dad had stolen my life savings to pay for Bella's wedding, and I thought she should know exactly whose money was funding her special day, and why her father felt so obligated to drain his biological daughter's future for her benefit. The explosion was immediate and catastrophic. Bella called me sobbing hysterically, saying I'd destroyed her entire identity and ruined her wedding. She'd confronted Janet, who'd admitted the affair and the paternity test, but claimed she'd thought Dad had destroyed those records. Janet was furious with me for digging up ancient history and weaponizing it to hurt an innocent girl. Dad called me from his car, barely coherent, saying I'd gone too far and destroyed his family out of spite over money. The wedding was postponed indefinitely. Bella apparently had a breakdown and couldn't handle the idea of walking down the aisle, given what she'd just learned. She'd spent her entire life thinking Michael was her biological father, and learning it was a lie 3 weeks before her wedding shattered her. She called off the engagement temporarily, telling her fiancé she needed time to process who she actually was. Janet and Dad's marriage imploded. Janet blamed Dad for not destroying the paternity records and for allowing this secret to eventually destroy their family. Dad blamed Janet for the original affair and deception. Extended family members who'd received my information took sides, with some supporting me for exposing the truth and others condemning me for cruelty. The family fractured completely. Dad lost his job. The stress and drama affected his work performance, and his employer decided the instability made him a liability. Without his income, he had no way to repay the money he'd stolen from me. I filed a civil lawsuit and was awarded a judgment for the full amount plus interest and legal fees. Dad will likely be paying me back in tiny installments for decades, if ever. His credit is ruined, his marriage is over, and his relationship with Bella is destroyed. Bella is in intensive therapy, dealing with the identity crisis. She's apparently cut off contact with both Janet and Dad, unable to reconcile the lies she was built on. Her relationship with her fiancé ended because he couldn't handle the chaos. At 25, she's lost her sense of family, her upcoming marriage, and her stability, all because I sent her the truth about her paternity. Janet has moved out and filed for divorce. She's telling everyone that I destroyed a family because I was jealous of Bella and wanted revenge for Dad remarrying after my mom's death years ago. Some people believe her version, that I've always been the resentful biological child who couldn't accept her father's new family. The truth is more complicated, but her narrative has stuck with many people. My own extended family is horrified. My grandmother, Dad's mother, says I've destroyed her son's life and Bella's innocence over money. She's right that my actions were triggered by the theft, but the consequences went far beyond just getting my money back. My cousins have stopped speaking to me, saying what I did to Bella was unforgivably cruel. She didn't steal from me. Dad did. But I made her pay the price. The biological father issue opened other questions. Bella has apparently done DNA testing trying to find her real father, which has created additional family chaos as Janet's past relationships are examined. There's a real man out there who has a 25-year-old daughter he knows nothing about, and Bella's search for him has exposed more of Janet's secrets. The ripple effects keep expanding. I got most of my money back through the lawsuit judgment, but it's meaningless now. I can't enjoy planning for my house knowing a 25-year-old woman had her identity destroyed because I couldn't let go of my anger. Yes, Dad stole from me. Yes, that was wrong and deserved consequences. But Bella had no part in that decision, and I chose to detonate her entire life as collateral damage in my revenge against Dad. Bella sent me one more message a month ago. She said she understands why I was angry about the money, but that I'd taken something from her she could never get back. The security of knowing who she was and where she came from. She said I'd had other options to get my money back, but I'd chosen the one that would cause maximum pain to everyone involved. She's right. Dad wrote me a letter from the apartment he's living in now after losing the house in the divorce. He said he made a terrible mistake stealing from me, but that what I did was unforgivable. He said I'd destroyed an innocent girl's life and ended his marriage, not because it was right, but because I wanted him to hurt. He said I'd become vindictive and cruel, and he didn't recognize me as his daughter anymore. That last part hurt more than I expected. My therapist keeps asking whether I'd have exposed the paternity secret if Dad had returned my money immediately. Would I have let them keep living with that lie if I'd been made whole financially? The honest answer is probably not. I weaponized that information specifically because I was angry and wanted revenge. The truth may have deserved to come out eventually, but I forced it out in the most destructive way possible at the worst possible time for Bella. Bella's entire identity was built on being Michael's daughter, and I destroyed that foundation in an afternoon because I was angry about money. Yes, the foundation was built on lies, but she didn't build those lies. Janet and Dad did. Bella was an innocent child born into a situation she had no control over, and at 25, she's dealing with the trauma of learning her entire childhood was based on deception. Was I justified in exposing the paternity secret to get leverage for the money Dad stole? Or did I destroy an innocent woman's life using information that should have stayed private, regardless of my financial grievances? My father-in-law tried to have me deported to steal my children, so I ended his career. Meeting my husband Jason, 35, 8 years ago felt like destiny. I'm 33 and immigrated to the U.S. from the Philippines when I was 24 on a work visa for my nursing job. Jason and I connected immediately, got married after 2 years of dating, and I started the process to get my green card through our marriage. We now have 2 kids, Sophie, who's 5, and Lucas, who's 3. Life seemed perfect except for one massive problem: Jason's father, Richard. Richard never approved of me. From the day we met, he made it clear I wasn't good enough for his son. He'd make comments about mail-order brides, ask Jason if he was sure I wasn't just using him for citizenship, and constantly suggested I was after the family money. Jason would defend me, but Richard never stopped. At family dinners, he'd talk over me, ignore my presence, or make pointed remarks about American values and how some people just don't understand them. It got worse after we had kids. Richard started saying the children should be raised with proper American values, not influenced by my culture. He refused to let me teach them Tagalog, saying they were American and should only speak English. When I'd cook Filipino food for family gatherings, he'd refuse to eat it and make disgusted faces. He told Sophie that her Lola, my mother, was strange because she didn't speak perfect English. Jason and I limited contact with Richard, but he was still the kid's grandfather. Jason's mother had passed away years before I met him, so Richard was the only grandparent on that side. We tried to maintain some relationship despite the constant disrespect. Then 3 months ago, everything exploded. I came home from my hospital shift to find Jason pale and shaking. He showed me documents that had been delivered to our house. Richard had filed for grandparents' rights, seeking custody of our children. Not just visitation, but actual custody. The petition claimed I was an unfit mother because of my immigration status, and that the children would be better off in his care. The immigration status claim was ridiculous. I had my green card. I was a legal permanent resident working as a registered nurse. But Richard had apparently hired a lawyer and crafted a narrative that I was unstable, that my cultural practices were harmful to the children, and that Jason was too influenced by me to see the danger. He'd included statements from family members he'd coached, photographs he'd taken out of context, and outright lies about my parenting. Reading those documents felt like being punched in the stomach. He'd described me as a foreigner who couldn't properly raise American children. He'd twisted normal parenting moments into evidence of unfitness. A photo of Lucas crying during a tantrum became evidence I couldn't control my children. Me speaking Tagalog to my mother on the phone became evidence I was refusing to assimilate. It was a character assassination designed to paint me as unfit and foreign. But the worst part was buried in the supplementary documents. Richard had also filed a complaint with Immigration Services claiming our marriage was fraudulent. He'd told them I'd married Jason solely for citizenship and that I was in the process of divorcing him, which was completely false. He'd fabricated evidence and submitted it to ICE, hoping to get my green card revoked and possibly have me deported. His plan was clear. Get me deported, or at least tied up in immigration proceedings, then use my absence and legal troubles as evidence I was an unfit mother. Swoop in with his grandparents' rights claim and take custody of Sophie and Lucas. He wanted to erase me from my children's lives and raise them himself. Jason was horrified. He immediately contacted a family lawyer and an immigration attorney. The family lawyer said the grandparents' rights claim was weak in our state, especially since both parents were present and fit. But it would still be expensive to fight and could take months. The immigration complaint was more concerning because ICE takes fraud allegations seriously, even false ones. I could face interviews, investigations, and uncertainty about my status while they sorted it out. I was terrified, not just of losing my kids or my green card, but of what Richard was willing to do. This wasn't just disapproval or prejudice anymore. He'd weaponized the legal system and my immigrant status to try to destroy my family. He wanted my children to forget me, to grow up thinking their Filipino mother had abandoned them. Jason wanted to handle it through lawyers, fight both cases properly, and prove Richard wrong. But I knew that wasn't enough. Even if we won, Richard would try again. He'd find another angle, another way to use my background against me. He'd already shown he was willing to lie to courts and federal agencies. This needed to end, permanently. So, I started digging into Richard's life, looking for leverage. Richard was a small-town family court judge, ironically enough. He'd been on the bench for almost 20 years and was well respected in the community. He'd built his entire reputation on family values and protecting children. The irony of him trying to tear apart his own son's family wasn't lost on me. I started by going through everything Richard had filed. His grandparents' rights petition and immigration complaint both contained provable lies. He'd stated under oath that he'd witnessed me being neglectful, describing specific incidents with dates. I cross-referenced those dates with my work schedule, Jason's calendar, and our security camera footage. On 3 of the dates Richard claimed to have witnessed my bad parenting, I was working at the hospital, and the kids weren't even at our house. He'd completely fabricated evidence and signed legal documents swearing it was true. That was perjury. For anyone, that's serious. For a sitting judge, it's career-ending. I also discovered Richard had been using his position inappropriately. I found emails through a public records request where Richard had contacted his lawyer using his official court email address and judicial letterhead. He'd leveraged his position as a judge to get legal advice for his personal vendetta against me. He'd also made calls to ICE from his chambers, again using his authority as a judge to give weight to his fraudulent complaint. Then I found something even worse. Richard had presided over a custody case 2 years ago where the mother was an immigrant. Reading the case file made me sick. He'd ruled against her despite strong evidence she was the better parent, and his written decision included language almost identical to what he'd written about me. Concerns about cultural differences, questions about assimilation, suggestions that American fathers were better suited to raise American children. That woman had lost custody of her daughter because Richard had let his prejudice influence his judicial decisions. I tracked her down through court records and contacted her. She was devastated to hear her judge had been biased against her immigration status. She'd always suspected but had no proof. Now she did. I compiled everything: Richard's perjury in his filings against me, his misuse of judicial authority and resources for personal matters, and evidence of bias in his past rulings. I sent it all to the State Judicial Conduct Commission with a formal complaint. I also sent copies to the local newspaper and a legal ethics watchdog organization. The story exploded. A family court judge trying to steal his own grandchildren while filing false immigration complaints against his daughter-in-law was sensational enough. But when reporters dug into his case history and found the pattern of bias against immigrant parents, it became a major scandal. The woman whose custody case he'd ruled on came forward publicly. Other cases were reviewed, and more concerning patterns emerged. The Judicial Conduct Commission launched a formal investigation. Richard was immediately suspended from the bench pending the outcome. His grandparents' rights case was thrown out when the family court judge reviewing it saw the evidence of Richard's perjury and bias. The ICE complaint was closed once immigration attorneys got involved and showed it was a retaliatory fiction filed by a suspended judge. We were safe. My status was secure, our custody of the kids was never seriously threatened, and Richard's legal attacks had been dismantled. But I wasn't done. The investigation found Richard had violated multiple canons of judicial conduct. He'd committed perjury, misused his office, demonstrated bias that compromised his judicial decisions, and brought disrepute to the judiciary. He was removed from the bench and disbarred. 20 years of his career gone. His pension was reduced. His reputation in the community where he'd been respected was destroyed. Local news ran stories about the racist judge who tried to steal his grandchildren. The Bar Association published their findings. Richard went from respected jurist to cautionary tale about judicial misconduct. He lost speaking engagements, had to resign from community boards, and became essentially unemployable in the legal field. Jason's extended family fractured over this. Some relatives defended Richard, saying, "I'd ruined him out of spite, and cultural sensitivity had gone too far." Others were appalled by what he'd tried to do and how his prejudice had affected real cases. Jason's aunt told me, "I should have just moved away with the kids instead of destroying Richard's career." Jason's cousin said Richard deserved everything he got for weaponizing the courts against his own family. Jason is conflicted. He supported me throughout and knows his father was wrong. But watching his dad lose everything has been painful. Richard is 68 now, too old to rebuild a career, living on a reduced pension and shunned by half the community. Jason knows I did what I had to do, but I can see the sadness in his eyes when he talks about his father. Sophie asked why we don't see Grandpa anymore. We told her he made some bad choices and needed time away. I don't know what we'll tell her when she's older. How do you explain that her grandfather tried to have her mother deported so he could take custody of her? Richard sent me a letter from his lawyer saying he's suing me for defamation. My attorney says he has no case since everything I reported was true and documented. It's just his last, desperate attempt to hurt me somehow. The letter called me vindictive and said I'd destroyed an honorable man's legacy because I couldn't handle criticism of my parenting. My mother says I protected my family and did what any mother would do. My sister thinks I went too far, that getting the custody case thrown out should have been enough without destroying his career. Friends from my nursing program are split, some calling me brave for standing up to racism, and others worried I've made myself a target. I think about that other mother who lost her daughter. She's petitioning to reopen her case now that Richard's bias has been exposed. She might get her daughter back because I came forward. That makes me feel like I did the right thing. But I also know I didn't report Richard primarily to help other families. I did it to destroy him so completely he could never threaten mine again. Richard will spend his retirement disgraced and broke instead of respected and comfortable. His legacy is ruined. His relationship with his son is damaged, maybe irreparably. My kids will grow up barely knowing their paternal grandfather, and I'm the one who made all of that happen because he threatened my family. Was I justified in destroying his career to protect my family, or did my revenge go beyond reasonable self-defense? My foster parents adopted me for the monthly checks, so I got their license revoked permanently. Getting placed with the Hendersons when I was 11 felt like finally catching a break. I'm 23 now, and looking back I can see how naive I was. Carol and Mike Henderson, both in their late 40s then, seemed like the perfect foster family. Nice house in the suburbs, 2 biological kids already grown and moved out, and they told my caseworker they wanted to provide a loving home for a child who needed one. I desperately wanted to believe them. The first few months were okay. They bought me new clothes for school, gave me my own room, and Carol packed me lunches. But I started noticing things. They'd talk openly about the monthly foster care stipend they received for me, about $1,200, like it was income they'd earned. When I needed school supplies or wanted to join a sport, suddenly money was tight. Carol would sigh and say the stipend barely covered my expenses as it was. I learned to keep my head down and not ask for anything. The biological Henderson kids, who were 25 and 27, would visit and treat me like I was their parents' charity project, rather than their sister. Mike made me do most of the housework, saying I needed to earn my keep. When I turned 13 and mentioned wanting to try out for the soccer team, Mike laughed and said foster kids needed to focus on being grateful, not playing games. The truth became impossible to ignore when I was 14. I overheard Carol and Mike talking about their finances, about how taking me in had been a smart move because the monthly checks helped cover their mortgage after Mike's hours got cut at work. Carol said they should consider taking in another foster kid to increase the income. They were literally using me as a revenue source. Things got worse from there. They fed me cheaper food than they ate themselves, claiming my stipend should cover my meals. They refused to let me participate in any school activities that cost money, even when I offered to babysit to earn it myself. When I got sick, they delayed taking me to the doctor because they didn't want to use their own insurance when the state would reimburse medical costs later. I was a financial asset they were managing for maximum profit. At 16, I learned they were planning to adopt me. I was confused because they clearly didn't love me or even really like me, but my caseworker explained that adoption came with benefits, including a monthly adoption subsidy that continued until I turned 18, plus a one-time adoption bonus from the state. The Hendersons wanted to adopt me to secure that money stream and get the bonus payment, nothing more. I didn't want them to adopt me, but I was a teenager in the foster system with no real power. My caseworker thought adoption was great because it meant permanency and stability. She didn't see what I saw, that the Hendersons viewed me as an investment. The adoption went through when I was 17, and they got their bonus check plus the continued monthly subsidies. That's when I started documenting everything. I kept detailed records of how they spent money on themselves while claiming they couldn't afford things for me. I photographed the difference between what they ate for dinner versus what I was given. I saved text messages where Carol told her friends about maximizing their foster and adoption income. I recorded conversations where Mike talked about me like I was a financial burden rather than their daughter. I also started researching foster care regulations and adoption subsidy rules. I learned that adoptive parents who receive subsidies are supposed to use that money for the child's benefit. They're not supposed to adopt primarily for financial gain. There are rules about providing equal treatment to adopted children and biological children. The Hendersons were violating multiple policies, but they assumed no one was paying attention since the adoption was finalized. The day I turned 18, I left. I'd saved money from a part-time job I'd gotten at 16, hiding it carefully so the Hendersons wouldn't know about it or demand I contribute to household expenses. I moved in with a friend's family who'd noticed how the Hendersons treated me and offered to help. The Hendersons didn't even try to stop me. With me gone, they couldn't collect the subsidy anymore anyway, so I was no longer useful to them. But I wasn't done. I took all my documentation and filed a formal complaint with the state's child welfare agency. I detailed how the Hendersons had adopted me primarily for financial benefits, how they'd treated me as a revenue source rather than a family member, and how they'd violated the terms of the adoption subsidy by not using it for my actual benefit. I included financial records I'd photographed, text messages, recorded conversations, everything. The investigation was thorough. The state interviewed me extensively, reviewed the Hendersons' financial records, and talked to my teachers and friends' parents about how I'd been treated. They found that the Hendersons had deposited the monthly adoption subsidy into their general account and used it for their own expenses rather than anything related to my care. They'd bought a new TV, taken vacations, and upgraded their car while claiming they couldn't afford basic necessities for me. The state also discovered this wasn't the Hendersons' first time fostering for financial gain. Before me, they'd had 3 other foster placements over the years. Those kids had aged out of the system or been moved to other homes, but when investigators tracked them down, similar stories emerged. The Hendersons had a pattern of taking in foster children primarily for the stipend money while providing minimal care. The state revoked the Hendersons' foster care license permanently. They were also required to pay back a portion of the adoption subsidy, about $15,000, with a finding that they'd obtained it through misrepresentation of their intentions. The state flagged them in the national database, so they could never be licensed as foster or adoptive parents anywhere in the country. But I didn't stop there. I wanted to make sure their exploitation had broader consequences. I contacted a local news reporter who'd done stories on foster care system problems. I told her everything, provided documentation, and agreed to an interview. The story ran with the headline, "Local Couple Adopted Foster Child for Profit, State Fines." The article detailed how the Hendersons had systematically exploited the foster and adoption system for financial gain, treating vulnerable children as income sources. It included my testimony, the state's findings, and interviews with 2 of the previous foster kids who'd been in the Hendersons' care. The story went regional, then got picked up by a national news outlet doing an investigation into foster care system exploitation. The Hendersons' lives imploded. Mike lost his job after his employer decided they didn't want the negative publicity of employing someone who'd exploited foster children. Carol worked as a school aide and was let go for similar reasons. Their biological children were humiliated, with one cutting off contact completely after learning the details of how their parents had treated me. The family home they'd been struggling to pay for went into foreclosure without Mike's income and with the requirement to repay the subsidy money. Their church community, where they'd been active members and had presented themselves as charitable people helping needy children, turned on them. The Hendersons were asked to stop attending services after other members expressed discomfort. Their social circle evaporated as friends distanced themselves from the scandal. The story had a broader impact, too. It sparked state legislative hearings about oversight of foster and adoptive families who receive subsidies. New regulations were proposed requiring more stringent financial auditing and regular check-ins with adopted children to prevent exploitation. I was invited to testify before a state committee about my experiences and recommendations for reform. I should have felt vindicated. The Hendersons faced consequences, the system was being reformed, and I'd become an advocate for other foster youth. But 3 months ago, Carol reached out through an intermediary. She's apparently severely depressed, they're losing their home, and Mike's struggling to find any employment. Their biological son, who still speaks to them, wrote me a letter saying his parents made terrible mistakes, but they're not evil people, and that I'd destroyed them completely when they were already struggling. The letter mentioned that Carol had grown up in poverty, and the financial stress had driven her to see fostering as a survival strategy rather than charity. That Mike had been laid off twice in the years before fostering me and felt desperate to keep their home. It didn't excuse what they did, but it provided context I hadn't known. They'd exploited me, but they'd done it from a place of their own desperation. My former caseworker, who'd been disciplined for not catching the Hendersons' exploitation, told me she understood my anger, but thought I'd gone too far by taking the story to the media. She said the system consequences were appropriate, but publicly destroying their lives and taking away their livelihood seemed like revenge beyond justice. She pointed out that the biological Henderson kids had nothing to do with their parents' choices, but were suffering from the public scandal. The foster youth advocacy group I'd started working with had mixed reactions. Some thought I was brave for exposing exploitation and using my story to drive reform. Others worried that the media attention and severity of consequences might make foster and adoptive families afraid to come forward when they were struggling, potentially hurting kids who needed help. My therapist keeps asking whether my goal was protecting other foster children or punishing the Hendersons. The honest answer is both became inseparable. Yes, I wanted to stop them from exploiting other kids, but I also wanted them to hurt the way they'd made me feel disposable and worthless. I wanted them to lose their comfortable life that they'd partially funded by exploiting me. The Hendersons are now in their 60s, unlikely to recover financially or socially from this. They'll probably lose their home, their reputation is permanently destroyed, and their family is fractured. I did that by not just reporting them to the state, but by making sure their exploitation became public knowledge that followed them everywhere. I'm building a good life now. I'm in college on scholarships, working with foster youth organizations, and have a chosen family of people who actually care about me. But I think about Carol and Mike struggling in their 60s, about their son's letter describing their desperation, about whether I turned justice into cruelty. They exploited a vulnerable child for money. That's unforgivable. But I'm the one who made sure their exploitation didn't just cost them their foster license, but their jobs, their home, their community, and their family relationships. I weaponized their mistakes to ensure maximum destruction, because I wanted them to suffer. Was I justified in exposing the Hendersons publicly and ensuring consequences beyond their foster license revocation? Or did I let my hurt drive me to destroy people who were themselves struggling and desperate? My golden child brother framed me for theft, so I exposed his decade of embezzlement. Growing up as the disappointment child next to my brother Aaron, 34, shaped my entire life. I'm 31 now, and for as long as I can remember, Aaron was the star. Straight A's while I struggled with dyslexia. Star athlete while I sat on benches. Full ride to a prestigious university while I went to community college. Our parents, especially our father, made it clear that Aaron was the son they'd always dreamed of, and I was the afterthought who couldn't measure up to his shadow. Aaron went into finance and landed a high-paying job at our father's commercial real estate firm right out of college. I became a mechanic, working at a local shop fixing cars. Dad barely acknowledged my career choice, but at family dinners he'd brag endlessly about Aaron's deals and promotions. Mom tried to be supportive of both of us, but even she clearly favored Aaron. He was married to his college sweetheart, had 2 perfect kids, lived in a beautiful house. I was divorced, renting an apartment, and working 60-hour weeks to make ends meet. The comparison never stopped. Every holiday, every family gathering, I'd hear about Aaron's latest accomplishment, while my life was treated as something to politely avoid discussing. I learned to accept it. Aaron was the golden child, and I was the screw-up. That's just how our family worked. I kept my distance, showed up when required, and tried not to let the constant dismissal eat away at me too much. Then, 2 months ago, my father called me into his office at the real estate firm. He looked devastated. He told me that $50,000 had gone missing from the company accounts, and after investigating, they'd traced it back to deposits made into my bank account. He had statements showing regular transfers over 6 months, totaling exactly $50,000, coming from various company accounts into my personal checking account. I was stunned. I'd never taken money from the company. I barely had access to their systems beyond the employee portal, where I'd occasionally check my dad's work calendar if I needed to reach him. I told Dad this was impossible, that someone must have made a mistake or framed me. He looked at me with this mixture of disappointment and anger that I'd seen my whole life, and said he'd wanted to believe I'd finally grown up. But apparently, I was still the same irresponsible kid who couldn't be trusted. He said Aaron had discovered the theft during a routine audit and brought it to him privately rather than going straight to the police, trying to protect me. Aaron had apparently been the one to trace the money and find the evidence. My father said he wasn't pressing charges because I was his son, but I needed to pay back every penny, and I was no longer welcome at family events until I made things right. He was ashamed of me. I tried to explain, to defend myself, but Dad wouldn't listen. He'd made up his mind. I was the family disappointment who'd finally proven everyone right by stealing from my own father's company. The meeting ended with him telling me I had 1 month to come up with a repayment plan, or he'd reconsider his decision not to involve the police. I left his office in shock. How had money gotten into my account? I immediately pulled my own bank records and found the deposits. They were there, marked as transfers from accounts I didn't recognize, with reference numbers I'd never seen. Someone had systematically deposited money into my account, and I had no idea how or why. The deposits had started 8 months ago, and I'd never noticed because I rarely checked my statements carefully, just made sure my paychecks were depositing correctly. Then it hit me. Aaron had discovered this. Aaron had done the investigation. Aaron had presented the evidence to Dad. Aaron had complete access to the company's financial systems as the chief financial officer. Aaron was the golden child who could do no wrong, and who just positioned himself as the responsible son who'd caught his criminal brother. Aaron had framed me. I didn't know why yet, but I knew with complete certainty that my brother had set me up to take the fall for something. I couldn't go to Dad with just suspicions. He already believed I was guilty and would never take my word over Aaron's. I needed proof. I took the next 3 days off work, telling my boss I had a family emergency, and dedicated every waking hour to figuring out what was really happening. I started by hiring a forensic accountant on my credit card, someone who specialized in financial fraud. I showed her everything. My bank statements with the mysterious deposits, the information Dad had given me about the missing company money, and what I knew about Aaron's role in discovering the theft. I explained my suspicion that I'd been framed and needed her to find out what was really going on. She was expensive, but within a week, she'd found something interesting. The deposits into my account had come from a series of shell accounts that had been created within Dad's company's financial system. Someone with high-level access had created fake vendor accounts, authorized payments to those vendors, then routed the money through several transfers before it landed in my account. The person who'd set this up knew exactly what they were doing and had the authority to move money without triggering immediate red flags. But there was more. My forensic accountant kept digging and found that the $50,000 in my account was just the tip of the iceberg. Over the past 10 years, almost $2 million had been systematically stolen from the company through similar fake vendor schemes. The money had been going to offshore accounts, LLCs registered to shell companies, and various untraceable destinations. Someone had been embezzling from Dad's company for a decade, taking enough to get rich, but not enough in any one transfer to trigger audits. Aaron had been the CFO for exactly 10 years. He'd created this entire embezzlement scheme and had been stealing from our father's company since the day he was promoted. And now that Dad was getting close to retirement and talking about selling the company, which would involve thorough audits and due diligence, Aaron needed a scapegoat. He'd created one final theft, pointed it at me, and positioned himself as the hero who'd discovered it. I was supposed to be the criminal who'd explain away any financial irregularities, while Aaron walked away clean. I took everything to a lawyer who specialized in white-collar crime. We put together a comprehensive file showing the full scope of the embezzlement, the pattern of theft over 10 years, Aaron's exclusive access to create the systems used, and the evidence that the $50,000 in my account was planted as a frame-up. My lawyer contacted the FBI's Financial Crimes Division because this crossed into federal territory with the amounts involved. The FBI was very interested. They launched an investigation, and within 2 weeks had enough evidence to get warrants. They raided Dad's office and Aaron's home simultaneously, seizing computers, documents, and financial records. They found everything my forensic accountant had found and more. Aaron had been meticulous in hiding his main embezzlement, but once investigators knew what to look for, the trail was clear. Aaron was arrested at his house in front of his wife and kids. The FBI charged him with wire fraud, embezzlement, money laundering, and about a dozen other federal crimes. The evidence was overwhelming. They'd traced nearly $2 million from Dad's company through Aaron's shell companies into offshore accounts, and eventually into Aaron's personal investments and real estate holdings. His beautiful house, his cars, his lifestyle, most of it had been funded by stolen money. And the setup became clear too. Aaron had created the fake deposits into my account using the same methods he'd been using for years, but deliberately made them traceable to pin the blame on me. He'd planned to destroy me to save himself. Dad was devastated when the truth came out. His golden child, his pride and joy, had been stealing from him for a decade. The son he'd trusted to run his financial operations had embezzled nearly $2 million. The company's reputation was damaged. The financial loss was catastrophic, and he'd almost sent his other son to prison for a crime he didn't commit. Dad called me crying, something I'd never heard before. He apologized for not believing me, for immediately assuming I was guilty, for years of favoritism that had made him blind to what Aaron really was. He said he didn't deserve my forgiveness, but was asking for it anyway. He wanted to make things right. I didn't know what to say to him. Part of me felt vindicated that Aaron's mask had finally come off. Part of me was angry that it had taken this level of betrayal for Dad to see what his favoritism had done to our family. I told him I needed time to process everything, and we'd talk later. The legal process moved forward. Aaron tried to claim the investigation was wrong, that I was framing him out of jealousy. But the evidence was overwhelming. His own lawyer eventually advised him to take a plea deal. He's now serving 12 years in federal prison. His wife divorced him before the trial even ended. His kids have been told some version of the truth about what their father did. The house, the cars, everything was seized to pay restitution to Dad's company. The golden child fell hard, and I was the one who made it happen by refusing to be the scapegoat he'd chosen. But the aftermath is complicated. Dad's company is struggling. The embezzlement and scandal drove away major clients. He's had to lay off employees, people I've known since I was a kid. The company he spent 40 years building is probably going to have to be sold at a fraction of what it was worth before all this came out. Dad's retirement dreams are gone. He'll probably have to work until he physically can't anymore just to recover financially. Mom is on antidepressants now. The stress of everything broke her. She visits Aaron in prison even though he barely speaks to her. She told me she's grateful the truth came out but wishes there had been another way, one that didn't destroy her son and her husband's legacy simultaneously. Aaron's kids, my niece and nephew who are 8 and 10, had to move into a smaller house with their mom. They changed schools. They're in therapy. They're innocent victims of their father's crimes and my decision to expose him. My nephew asked me at a family gathering why I told on his daddy. How do you explain that to a 10-year-old? Dad and I have a better relationship now, but it's built on the ruins of everything he'd valued before. He tries to include me more, praise my work, show interest in my life, but I can see in his eyes that he's broken. Every time he looks at me, I think he remembers that his golden child tried to frame me and nearly succeeded. My ex-wife reached out after the news broke. She said she always knew I was the better man despite how our family treated me. We've started talking again, maybe working toward reconciliation. But I wonder if she'd have reached out if I was still just the disappointing mechanic and not the son who exposed his brother's massive fraud. Friends and extended family are divided. Some think I was a hero for refusing to be framed and exposing the truth. Others think I should have found a way to handle it privately, that going to the FBI destroyed too many innocent people's lives. Dad's business partners whisper that I took down my own family's company. Aaron's former friends say I was jealous of him my whole life and finally found a way to destroy him. The truth is more complicated. I didn't expose Aaron primarily to save Dad's company or to seek justice. I did it because I was tired of being treated like the worthless son. I did it because Aaron tried to frame me, and I wanted him to pay for that betrayal. I did it because some part of me wanted everyone to finally see that the golden child was rotten inside. And yes, maybe I wanted Dad to hurt the way I'd hurt all those years being compared unfavorably to Aaron. Maybe I wanted Aaron to lose everything the way I'd always felt like nothing. The fact that I was justified doesn't change that my motivations weren't purely noble. Aaron will get out of prison eventually, probably in 8 years with good behavior. He'll be 42, with a destroyed career, a broken family, and nothing to show for the life he stole money to build. I'll be 39, possibly remarried to my ex-wife, still working as a mechanic but finally respected by my father. I won, but the cost was our entire family's implosion. Was I right to expose Aaron, knowing it would destroy so many lives beyond his? Or should I have found another way to prove my innocence without burning everything down? My grandfather wrote me out of his will for being gay, so I proved he was a Nazi collaborator. The moment I came out as gay at 19, my grandfather Edward, 86, stopped speaking to me. I'm 25 now, and those were supposed to be the years we'd be closest. Growing up, Grandpa Edward was my hero. He'd emigrated from Europe after World War II, built a successful import business, and became a pillar of our community. He told amazing stories about surviving the war, about bravery and sacrifice. I idolized him completely. When I told my family I was gay during Christmas dinner my freshman year of college, most of them were supportive, or at least accepting. My parents hugged me. My siblings said they'd figured it out already. But Grandpa Edward stood up from the table, said I was no grandson of his, and walked out. He refused to be in the same room with me from that day forward. Family gatherings became awkward exercises in scheduling so we wouldn't overlap. My grandmother tried to mediate, but Grandpa Edward was immovable. He told her I was going to hell, that homosexuality was an abomination, and that I'd made my choice. He started giving my portion of birthday and Christmas gifts to my younger cousins. When I graduated from college, he didn't attend, even though he'd been at every other grandchild's graduation. It hurt more than I wanted to admit. Last year, Grandpa Edward had a major stroke. He survived, but was left weakened and knew his time was limited. He revised his will, and my grandmother quietly told my mother that Edward had written me out entirely. His estate, worth about $3 million, would be divided among his other grandchildren and various charities. I would receive nothing because, according to the will's language, I had chosen a lifestyle incompatible with family values. My mother was furious and wanted to fight it, but I told her not to bother. I didn't want money from someone who hated me for being myself. I tried to make peace with it, telling myself his bigotry was his problem, not mine. But it hurt. It hurt that his love had been so conditional, that decades of being his grandson meant nothing because of who I loved. Then, 2 months ago, my grandmother passed away from a sudden heart attack. At her funeral, extended family I barely knew came up to express condolences. One of them, a distant cousin from Europe named Henrik, mentioned he'd been researching our family history and had found some interesting documents about Grandpa Edward's time during the war. He said it offhandedly, but something in his tone made me ask him to tell me more. Henrik was hesitant, but eventually said he'd found records suggesting Grandpa Edward's war stories weren't quite accurate. He said if I was interested in family history, there were archives in his home country I should look into. He gave me names of research centers and wished me well. I couldn't let it go. Grandpa Edward's heroic war stories had been foundational to his identity and our family's pride. If there was something wrong with that narrative, I needed to know. I took 2 weeks off work and flew to Europe with Henrik's information. What I found in those archives destroyed everything I'd believed about my grandfather. Edward hadn't been a resistance fighter or a brave survivor. He'd been a collaborator. During the Nazi occupation of his country, Edward had worked as a translator and administrative assistant for the occupying forces. He'd helped identify Jewish families and partisan sympathizers. He'd been directly involved in operations that led to deportations and executions. After the war, Edward had fled before he could be tried for collaboration. He'd used false documents to emigrate, changed some details of his identity, and built a new life in America based on lies. The heroic stories he'd told for decades were fabrications, stolen valor mixed with complete fiction. The real Edward had been a coward who'd saved himself by helping murderers, and I found testimony from survivors who'd named him specifically. Documents showing his signature on lists of people targeted for arrest. Photographs of him with Nazi officers, smiling and comfortable. The archives had it all, carefully preserved as evidence of collaboration and atrocity. I spent days in those archives, copying everything, translating documents, building an irrefutable case. Part of me couldn't believe what I was finding. This was my grandfather, the man who'd taught me to fish, who'd told me stories, who'd been respected in our community for decades. But the evidence was overwhelming and undeniable. I came home with hundreds of pages of documentation. Then I had to decide what to do with it. Grandpa Edward was 87 now, in declining health, and would probably die within a year. I could keep this secret, let him die with his reputation intact, and let the family maintain their pride in his legacy. Or I could expose the truth and destroy everything, including the memories my parents and siblings had of their beloved father and grandfather. The decision became easier when I learned Grandpa Edward was in the process of making a substantial donation to our town's historical society in his name. They were going to create an exhibit about local World War II veterans, with Edward featured prominently, based on his stories of resistance work and bravery. His lies were going to be immortalized in public history. I contacted a historian who specialized in World War II collaboration and war crimes. I showed her everything I'd found. She verified the documents were authentic and said this was significant historical information that should be shared with relevant organizations. She helped me connect with the Simon Wiesenthal Center and other groups that track Nazi collaborators. Then, I went to my parents. I showed them everything, all the documents, the photographs, the testimony. I watched my father's face crumble as he realized his hero father was actually a Nazi collaborator who'd helped murder innocent people. My mother cried for hours. They begged me to keep it private, to not destroy Edward's reputation publicly. They said he was dying anyway and the truth would devastate our extended family. I told them about the Historical Society exhibit. If I stayed quiet, Grandpa Edward's lies would become official town history. Children would learn false stories about his bravery. The real victims of Nazi collaboration would be insulted by his stolen valor. I couldn't let that happen, no matter how much it hurt our family. I sent the full documentation to the Historical Society, to the local newspaper, to the university history department, and to several organizations that track war criminals and collaborators. I included a detailed letter explaining who Edward really was and what he'd really done during the war. I attached my own statement about being his grandson and discovering this truth. The story broke in the local paper first. "Respected businessman's Nazi collaboration past revealed," was the headline. They published photographs from the archives, translated testimony, and expert verification of the documents. The Historical Society immediately canceled the exhibit and removed any mention of Edward from their materials. The university's history department issued a statement about the importance of historical accuracy and thanked whoever had brought this information forward. Grandpa Edward had another stroke when he saw the newspaper. He was hospitalized and never really recovered. He died 3 weeks later, not peacefully surrounded by loving family, but alone, except for a nurse, because most of the family was too ashamed and angry to visit. His obituary was filled with comments about the revelations, with people expressing disgust that a Nazi collaborator had lived among them for decades. The funeral was small. Many people who would have attended stayed away, not wanting to be associated with honoring a collaborator. My father gave a brief eulogy that acknowledged Edward's crimes and apologized to the community on behalf of our family. It was devastating to watch my dad, who'd worshipped his father, try to reconcile the man he'd known with the monster he'd been. My extended family fractured completely. Some blamed me for destroying our grandfather's reputation when he was dying anyway. They said I'd been vindictive, that I'd exposed him not for historical justice, but because I was angry about being written out of the will for being gay. My uncle actually said that at the funeral, loud enough for others to hear, that I'd killed Grandpa Edward with this exposure because I wanted revenge. Others in the family were grateful the truth came out. My aunt said she'd always felt something was off about Grandpa Edward's stories, but never questioned them. A cousin who'd done genetic ancestry testing said it explained some confusing results about our family's origins. They believed the historical record needed to be accurate, regardless of family embarrassment. The town's reaction was mixed. Older residents who'd known and respected Edward for decades felt betrayed and angry. Younger people and historians praised the exposure of a war criminal who'd escaped justice. The Jewish community held a special memorial for the victims Edward had helped persecute. I attended and heard testimony from family members of people he'd helped deport. It was gut-wrenching. My parents struggled terribly. My father had a breakdown dealing with the revelation that his childhood hero was actually complicit in atrocities. He's in therapy trying to reconcile his memories and feelings. My mother focuses on the good Edward did after the war, the business he built, the jobs he created, trying to find something to hold on to. But she knows nothing can balance what he did during those years. The will became irrelevant. Edward's estate was frozen during investigations into whether he'd used stolen assets to build his business. It turned out some of his initial capital had come from possessions seized from deported families. The legal process of determining what money was legitimate versus built on stolen goods is ongoing. I might never inherit anything, but neither will anyone else until it's sorted out. But here's what keeps me up at night. Grandpa Edward was dying. He had months left, maybe a year. I could have waited until after his death to reveal this information. The historical record would still have been corrected. The exhibit would still have been canceled. But Edward would have died without knowing his lies had been exposed. My family would have had time to grieve before learning the truth. Instead, I made sure he knew before he died. I made sure his final weeks were spent in disgrace and isolation, knowing that everything he'd built his life on was collapsing. I told myself it was about historical justice and preventing false history from being enshrined. But if I'm honest, it was also about making sure he suffered for rejecting me. He'd written me out of his will and his life for being gay. I'd written him out of history as a hero and exposed him as a collaborator. His final days were spent in shame because I made a choice to expose him while he was alive, rather than waiting. The timing wasn't about historical necessity. It was about making sure he felt the consequences. My therapist asks whether I'd have pursued this so aggressively if Grandpa Edward hadn't rejected me. If he'd been a loving grandfather who accepted my sexuality, would I have kept the secret to protect him? I don't have a good answer. The information deserved to be public, regardless of our personal relationship. But the timing, the thoroughness, the public nature of the exposure, those were choices influenced by hurt and anger. The queer community online has praised me for standing up to a bigot and exposing historical truth. But some gay friends have quietly said they're uncomfortable with how I handled it, that it feels like I used historical justice as a weapon in a personal vendetta. They worry about what it says about our community if we celebrate someone destroying their dying grandfather's reputation as revenge. I think about the victims of Edward's collaboration, the families destroyed because he helped Nazis identify and deport people. They deserved to have the truth known. But I also think about my father crying over losing his hero, about my younger cousins who now carry the shame of being related to a Nazi collaborator, about the community members who'd respected Edward for decades now feeling betrayed. Edward's crimes were real and deserved exposure. But I chose to expose them in the most publicly devastating way possible, at a time calculated to cause maximum pain, because a small part of me wanted him to suffer the way he'd made me suffer. Historical justice and personal revenge became impossible to separate. Was I right to expose my grandfather's Nazi collaboration when and how I did? Or did I weaponize historical truth to punish a dying man for his bigotry toward me? My half-siblings convinced my dying father to disinherit me, so I contested on dementia grounds. Learning that you've been written out of your father's will while he's on his deathbed is a unique kind of pain. I'm Nathan, 36, and my father, Robert, had been battling aggressive pancreatic cancer for 8 months. He'd always told me his estate would be split between me and my 2 half-siblings from his second marriage, Melissa, 28, and Troy, 25. We'd never been particularly close as siblings. The age gap and different mothers created distance, but I'd assumed we'd at least handle Dad's final affairs with basic decency and fairness. 2 weeks before Dad passed, his attorney called me requesting a meeting. That's when I learned Dad had revised his will 1 month earlier, cutting me out entirely. His estate, worth approximately $1.2 million, including his house, investments, and business assets, now went entirely to Melissa and Troy. The attorney seemed uncomfortable delivering this news, mentioning that Dad had been on heavy pain medications and seemed confused during their meetings, but that he'd technically been lucid enough to sign the documents. I was devastated and confused. Dad and I had always had a good relationship. I'd been visiting him regularly during his illness, helping manage his medical appointments and medications. Just weeks before this new will, we'd had conversations about memories we'd shared and how proud he was of me. The sudden disinheritance made no sense unless someone had poisoned him against me during his vulnerable final weeks. I started investigating and quickly discovered what had happened. Melissa's boyfriend worked at the hospital where Dad was receiving treatment. Through him, Melissa had gotten access to Dad's medication schedule and knew exactly when he'd be most confused and suggestible from pain medication. She and Troy had been visiting during those windows, spending hours alone with Dad while he was heavily medicated, and apparently convinced him I'd been stealing from him and didn't care about his recovery. My stepmother, Karen, Dad's second wife, who'd divorced him 5 years earlier but remained friendly, confirmed this when I called her. She said Melissa had been calling her too, trying to turn her against me with fabricated stories about how I was only visiting Dad to secure my inheritance. Karen didn't believe the stories because she'd known me since I was a teenager and knew my character, but she said Melissa had been relentless and manipulative. I hired an attorney who specialized in will contests and elder abuse. We subpoenaed Dad's medical records, and the timeline was damning. The new will had been drafted and signed during a period when Dad's oncologist had documented severe cognitive impairment from both the cancer's brain metastases and the high-dose opioid pain management. Dad had been experiencing confusion, memory problems, and even brief hallucinations during that time frame. The attorney who drafted the new will had noted Dad seemed uncertain, but had proceeded anyway, possibly because Melissa had accompanied Dad to the appointment and had answered many questions on his behalf. We also obtained visitor logs from the hospital showing Melissa and Troy had dramatically increased their visits in the 3 weeks leading up to the will change, often timing them for late evening, when Dad's confusion was typically worst due to medication. Text messages between Melissa and Troy, obtained through discovery, revealed they'd been strategizing about making sure Dad understands Nathan's true character, and protecting Dad's assets for the family, which clearly meant for themselves. Most damning, we found a voicemail Melissa had left for Troy that she'd apparently forgotten about. In it, she said, "Dad was really out of it today, kept calling me by Mom's name. Perfect time to bring up Nathan again. By the time the morphine wears off, he won't remember what's real and what we told him." It was evidence of deliberate exploitation of Dad's impaired mental state to manipulate him into changing his will. I filed a will contest on grounds of lack of testamentary capacity and undue influence. The case was straightforward, given the medical evidence and the pattern of behavior. Dad had demonstrably lacked capacity due to brain metastases and medication effects when signing the new will, and Melissa and Troy had exercised undue influence by isolating him and feeding him false information during his most vulnerable moments. But I didn't stop at a will contest. I also filed a complaint with Adult Protective Services documenting elder abuse. What Melissa and Troy had done, manipulating a dying, cognitively impaired man for financial gain, constituted elder financial abuse under state law. I provided all the evidence: medical records, visitor logs, text messages, the voicemail, everything. APS launched an investigation. The civil case settled before trial. Melissa and Troy's attorney advised them they'd lose badly given the evidence, and that fighting would only cost them legal fees. The settlement reinstated Dad's previous will, splitting everything 3 ways. I'd gotten my inheritance back. But the elder abuse investigation was just beginning. APS referred the case to the district attorney, who decided to prosecute. Melissa and Troy were charged with financial exploitation of a vulnerable adult and conspiracy. The DA argued they'd systematically manipulated a dying man with brain impairment to steal from his eldest son. The evidence made their guilt obvious, and both eventually took plea deals. Melissa got 2 years in prison plus 3 years probation. Troy got 18 months plus probation. Both were ordered to repay court costs and were permanently flagged in the elder abuse registry. Their criminal records would follow them forever, and I'd made sure that happened by not just contesting the will, but by pushing for criminal prosecution of what they'd done to our dying father. Dad passed away 3 days after I filed the will contest, never knowing his children were in a legal battle over his deathbed manipulation. He died believing I'd betrayed him. Those false memories Melissa and Troy had implanted his final thoughts of me. I never got to correct those lies or say a real goodbye. That's something I'll carry forever, and something Melissa and Troy's prison sentences can't fix. The family has completely fractured. Karen testified for me during the legal proceedings, corroborating the manipulation and timing. Melissa and Troy's mother, Dad's second ex-wife, blames me entirely for her children's incarceration. She's convinced I fabricated evidence and bullied her innocent children into plea deals. She's threatened lawsuits, harassment, anything to hurt me the way she believes I've hurt her family. Extended family members on Dad's side are split. Some think Melissa and Troy deserved criminal consequences for exploiting a dying man. Others think I was vindictive, that I should have been satisfied with getting the will corrected and moved on, rather than pursuing criminal charges that sent my half-siblings to prison. They argue Melissa and Troy were young and made terrible choices, but that prison was disproportionate punishment. Dad's best friend told me privately he thinks I went too far. He said, yes, what Melissa and Troy did was wrong, but they were Dad's children too, and he wouldn't have wanted them in prison. He suggested I'd let my anger about being disinherited drive me to destroy their lives when I could have shown mercy once I'd won the will contest. He's probably right that Dad wouldn't have wanted this outcome, but Dad also wouldn't have wanted to be manipulated on his deathbed. Melissa's boyfriend, who'd helped her access Dad's medication information, lost his job at the hospital for HIPAA violations and faces his own legal problems. He wasn't prosecuted criminally, but his nursing career is over. Melissa blames me for that too, as if I'd forced her to manipulate protected health information, rather than her making that choice herself. Troy's wife divorced him before he started his prison sentence, taking their infant daughter. Troy's now a convicted felon who'll have limited custody rights and employment options when he's released. His daughter will grow up with a father in prison for elder abuse. And I'm the one who ensured that happened, by pushing for criminal prosecution instead of just fixing the will. The inheritance I fought for feels tainted. I received my third of Dad's estate, about $400,000, but it's money I only have because I sent my half-siblings to prison. Every time I think about using that money for something meaningful, I think about Melissa in a cell, and Troy missing his daughter's childhood. I saved for their college educations when they were kids, babysat them, tried to be a good older brother despite the distance. Now, I've destroyed their lives. My wife supported my decision to pursue criminal charges, saying elder abuse deserves serious consequences. But even she's mentioned that watching me obsess over the case for months changed something in me. I became focused on punishment and justice in a way that worried her. She's never said I was wrong, but I hear the concern in her voice when the topic comes up. I think about Dad constantly. In his final weeks, heavily medicated and dying, he believed his oldest son had betrayed him. Melissa and Troy planted those false memories during the times he was most vulnerable and confused, and he died with those lies as his reality. I got justice and my inheritance, but I never got to undo the damage they'd done to Dad's perception of me in his final days. The voicemail evidence that convicted them, Melissa's message about exploiting Dad while he was really out of it, plays in my head regularly. It's proof they knew exactly what they were doing, that they deliberately targeted his moments of worst confusion to manipulate him. They deserve consequences for that calculated cruelty. But did they deserve prison? Did they deserve to have their lives permanently marked by felony convictions? Melissa will be released when she's 30, Troy when he's 27. They'll be young enough to rebuild their lives theoretically, but with felony elder abuse convictions, their options will be severely limited. They'll struggle to find employment, housing, and normal relationships. They'll be registered in elder abuse databases forever. I created that future for them by choosing to push for criminal prosecution. My therapist asks whether I pursued criminal charges because elder abuse deserved prosecution or because I wanted Melissa and Troy punished for trying to steal from me. The answer is probably both, and those motivations are impossible to separate now. Would I have pushed so hard for prison time if they'd tried to manipulate someone else's dying parent? Maybe. But my anger and hurt definitely fueled how aggressively I pursued their destruction. Dad's attorney, the one who drafted the problematic will, told me he regrets not pushing back harder on Dad's capacity issues. He said he suspected something was wrong, but allowed Melissa's presence and answers to convince him to proceed. His guilt doesn't help anyone now, but it confirms that Dad wasn't truly capable of making that decision, that Melissa had been orchestrating everything. I'm left with inheritance money I'm afraid to spend, half-siblings in prison who'll hate me forever, a fractured extended family, and memories of my father dying with false beliefs about me. Melissa and Troy committed elder abuse and deserved accountability, but I'm the one who made sure that accountability included years in prison rather than just financial restitution and correcting the will. I chose maximum punishment because I was hurt and angry that they'd tried to steal my inheritance and poison my dying father against me. Was I justified in pursuing criminal charges that sent my half-siblings to prison for exploiting our dying father's dementia? Or should I have stopped once the will was corrected? My mom used my trust fund to pay for my step-sibling's school, so I had her arrested for fraud. Discovering that your college trust fund has been drained isn't something you expect to learn during your freshman orientation week. I'm Lily, 19, and I've been looking forward to university for years, knowing my late grandmother had left money specifically designated for my education. She'd passed when I was 10, and I'd grown up hearing about the trust she'd established that would cover my tuition and living expenses. That trust, worth around $180,000, was supposed to give me freedom to study without debt. During financial aid processing, the university's bursar office informed me there was an issue accessing my trust fund. When they investigated further, they discovered the account had been systematically drained over the past 4 years. Nearly all of the money was gone, with only about $8,000 remaining. I was devastated and confused. My mother, Sandra, who was the trustee since I was a minor, was supposed to manage that money responsibly until I needed it for college. I called my mom immediately, and she was evasive. She said there had been some necessary expenses over the years, and we'd talk about it when I came home for fall break. That wasn't good enough. I pushed harder, and finally she admitted she'd used portions of the trust fund to pay for private school tuition for my two stepbrothers, ages 14 and 16. She'd remarried when I was 13 to a man named Greg who had two sons from his previous marriage. Sandra said Greg's business had struggled, and they couldn't afford the boys' private school, so she'd borrowed from my trust temporarily, planning to pay it back before I needed it. Borrowed. She'd taken $172,000 from my educational trust fund without my knowledge or consent to pay for my stepbrother's private education. I was expected to take out massive student loans while they attended expensive prep schools using my grandmother's money. Sandra insisted she'd been planning to repay it from Greg's business once it recovered, but the recovery had taken longer than expected. She actually said I should understand that family helps family in difficult times. Except these weren't my siblings, and this wasn't family helping family. This was my mother, acting as trustee of my inheritance, stealing that money to benefit her new husband's children at my expense. My grandmother had left that money specifically for my education, not to subsidize private school for kids she'd never met. The betrayal was staggering, not just financially but emotionally. I contacted a lawyer who specialized in trust and estate law. She reviewed the trust documents and was immediately alarmed. The trust had explicit provisions stating the funds could only be used for my education and related expenses. As trustee, Sandra had a fiduciary duty to preserve and protect those assets for their intended purpose. Using them for anyone else's education was a clear breach of fiduciary duty and potentially criminal fraud. The lawyer explained I had several options: file a civil lawsuit for breach of fiduciary duty and try to recover the money through the courts, or report the matter to law enforcement as potential embezzlement and fraud. A civil suit would take years and might not fully recover the funds, especially if Sandra and Greg didn't have assets to seize. Criminal prosecution would be faster and might result in restitution being ordered, but it would mean my mother could face felony charges. I spent sleepless nights trying to decide what to do. This was my mother, the woman who'd raised me, who'd been there for every childhood milestone. But she'd also stolen my future to give her stepchildren advantages I'd now be denied. Every dollar she'd spent on their tuition was a dollar of debt I'd have to take on. She'd chosen Greg's sons over her own daughter's education. I thought about my grandmother, who'd worked hard to save that money specifically for me. She'd established the trust with careful legal language to ensure it would be used for my benefit. She'd trusted her daughter to honor that wish. Sandra had betrayed both of us, stealing from her deceased mother's legacy to benefit children that weren't even hers biologically. I decided to file both civil and criminal complaints. I sued Sandra for breach of fiduciary duty, seeking return of the full trust amount plus damages. Simultaneously, I reported her to the district attorney for embezzlement and fraud. The DA was very interested because the amounts involved were substantial and the breach of fiduciary duty was clear-cut. Trustees who steal from beneficiaries face serious criminal charges. The investigation moved quickly because the paper trail was obvious. Sandra had written checks directly from the trust account to the private schools with tuition payment in the memo lines. She'd made no attempt to hide what she was doing, apparently confident I'd either never find out or wouldn't challenge her when I did. The bank records showed a systematic draining of the account over 4 years, coinciding exactly with when the stepbrothers had started at their expensive prep school. Sandra was arrested at her home 3 months into my freshman year. She was charged with multiple felony counts: embezzlement, fraud, and breach of fiduciary duty. The DA argued that as a trustee, she'd held a position of special trust, and her theft was particularly egregious. She was looking at potential prison time of 5 to 10 years if convicted. Greg tried to intervene, offering to repay the money if I'd dropped the charges. But he couldn't repay it. He was still deeply in debt, and his business was struggling. He offered payment plans that would have taken decades. I refused. The money was stolen, and I needed it now for my education, not slowly over the next 30 years. Besides, the criminal charges were being pursued by the state, not by me personally. I couldn't drop them even if I wanted to. My mother hired a lawyer who tried to argue she'd had good intentions and always planned to repay the trust. The prosecutor showed that intention didn't matter when you're a trustee with fiduciary duties. The trust document explicitly prohibited using the funds for anyone but me. Sandra had knowingly violated her legal obligations for 4 years, stealing nearly $200,000 that wasn't hers to give away. The family response was brutal and divided. My maternal grandparents were horrified that their daughter had stolen from their granddaughter. They'd trusted Sandra as much as I had and felt betrayed. They offered to help with some college costs, but they were retired on fixed incomes and couldn't replace what Sandra had taken. Greg's family blamed me entirely. His parents called me ungrateful, saying Sandra had raised me and I was destroying her life over money. Greg's sons were angry their stepmother was being prosecuted, not understanding or caring that she'd stolen my money to pay for their education. To them, I was the villain, ruining their family over what they saw as Sandra just helping them when they needed it. Sandra's siblings were split. My aunt supported me completely, saying theft was theft, regardless of family relationships. My uncle thought I should have handled it privately and not involved criminal prosecution, that families should resolve financial disputes without sending each other to jail. He said I was guaranteeing our relationship would be permanently destroyed. The case went to trial because Sandra refused to accept a plea deal. She maintained she'd done nothing wrong, that as my mother, she had the right to make decisions about how family resources were allocated. Her lawyer tried to argue the trust language was ambiguous and that education expenses could reasonably include educating her stepchildren as part of the family unit. The jury didn't buy it. Sandra was convicted on all counts. The judge sentenced her to 4 years in prison plus 5 years probation and ordered full restitution of $172,000 plus interest and court costs. The judge's statement at sentencing was scathing, noting that Sandra had betrayed not just her fiduciary duty, but her duty as a mother to protect her daughter's inheritance and future. Watching my mother be taken into custody after sentencing was surreal. She looked at me with this mixture of hurt and disbelief, like she couldn't comprehend that I'd actually followed through with having her imprisoned. In her mind, she'd made a reasonable family decision, and I'd overreacted catastrophically. She'd convinced herself she was the victim. The restitution order doesn't help me much practically. Sandra has no assets and no income from prison. Greg's business is failing and he's drowning in debt. The court can order restitution all it wants, but I'm not getting that money back anytime soon. I'm taking out student loans like I'd feared, working 2 part-time jobs and struggling financially while knowing my money is gone and my mother is in prison. The stepbrothers had to transfer to public school because Greg couldn't afford private tuition anymore without Sandra's income. They blame me for ruining their education and their family. The older one wrote me a letter saying I'd destroyed their lives and his mother's life over money, that I was selfish and cruel for not understanding they'd just needed help. He's right that they needed help, but they weren't entitled to steal my inheritance to get it. Greg divorced Sandra while she was in prison, claiming he couldn't handle the stigma and financial burden of being married to a convicted felon. She's lost her husband, her stepdaughters, her freedom, and her relationship with me. She writes letters from prison that I don't read. My maternal grandparents read them and say she's devastated and doesn't understand why I won't forgive her. My college roommate knows the basic story and thinks I did the right thing standing up for myself. But she's also mentioned that 4 years in prison seems harsh for a mother who was trying to help her stepkids, even if she went about it wrong. She's never said it directly, but I sense she thinks I should have found a way to hold Sandra accountable without sending her to prison. My grandmother's sister, my great-aunt, reached out to me last month. She'd been close to my grandmother and knew about the trust. She said my grandmother would be proud I'd stood up for my inheritance and not let it be stolen. but she also said my grandmother had loved Sandra and would be heartbroken to see her daughter in prison. She asked if there was any way I could help reduce Sandra's sentence or show mercy now that she'd been punished. But Sandra's been in prison for only 8 months of a 4-year sentence. She hasn't shown real remorse. Her letters reportedly still justify what she did as family sacrifice. She hasn't apologized for stealing from me, just expressed hurt that I chose money over family. From her perspective, she's the martyr who tried to help her stepchildren and was betrayed by her ungrateful daughter. I'm 19 years old, struggling to pay for college with loans and jobs, while my mother sits in prison for stealing the money that was supposed to prevent exactly this struggle. My step-siblings have had their lives disrupted, losing their private school education and their family stability. Greg lost his wife and his children's stepmother. My grandparents lost their daughter to prison. All because I chose to pursue criminal charges rather than trying to resolve this privately. The lawyer who helped me says I protected my inheritance and held a criminal accountable. My therapist asks if I've considered that there might have been middle ground between doing nothing and criminal prosecution. Perhaps just the civil suit without involving law enforcement. I don't have a good answer. I was angry and hurt, and I wanted Sandra to face serious consequences for what she'd done. Sandra will be released when I'm 23, assuming good behavior. She'll be a convicted felon who'll struggle to find employment. The restitution order will follow her forever, garnishing whatever wages she might eventually earn. Our relationship is destroyed beyond repair, and I'll be graduating with substantial debt that I wouldn't have had if she'd simply honored the trust my grandmother created. My stepbrother's education was disrupted, but they're still getting an education in public school. They lost private school privileges they were only able to afford through stolen money anyway. They're angry with me, but they were benefiting from theft whether they knew it or not. Still, they were kids who didn't steal anything themselves, just attended schools their mother somehow paid for. Was I right to pursue criminal charges that sent my mother to prison for 4 years? Or should I have sought civil remedies that would have held her accountable without incarceration? My mother-in-law faked dementia to move in with us, so I had her committed for real. Something changed in Patricia the moment my husband, James, 34, and I, 31, announced we were expecting our first child. His mother, who's 64, had always been controlling and intrusive, but this sent her into overdrive. Suddenly she was calling daily with advice about pregnancy, parenting, and how we needed to prepare our home for the baby. James tried setting boundaries, but Patricia would cry and play the victim, claiming we were shutting her out of her grandchild's life. 6 months into my pregnancy, Patricia called James sobbing. She said she'd been having memory problems and was worried about her health. James immediately drove to her house and found her confused about what day it was, unable to remember conversations they'd supposedly had the day before. She had doctor's appointments written down that she claimed to have no memory of making. James was terrified his mother was developing early-onset dementia. Over the next month, Patricia's condition seemed to deteriorate rapidly. She'd call James, forgetting she'd already spoken to him that morning. She left the stove on twice. She got lost driving to familiar places. Her neighbors reported seeing her wandering around looking confused. James was devastated watching his mother decline so quickly. He brought her to multiple doctors who ran cognitive tests and brain scans, but couldn't find a clear medical cause. Then Patricia had what appeared to be a crisis. She called 911 saying she didn't know where she was, even though she was in her own home. When James arrived, she didn't seem to recognize him at first. The paramedics recommended she not be left alone. That's when Patricia's doctor suggested she might need full-time care or to move in with family who could monitor her condition. James immediately offered for her to move into our house. We had a spare bedroom, and he couldn't stand the thought of putting his mother in a facility when she was so young and her condition was progressing so mysteriously. I was 7 months pregnant and had serious reservations, but James was my husband, and Patricia was apparently sick. I agreed she could stay with us temporarily while we figured out long-term care. Patricia moved in 2 weeks later, Almost immediately, the dynamic in our house changed. She had opinions about everything from how I cleaned to what I ate during pregnancy. She rearranged our kitchen cabinets to make them more logical. She went through our mail and offered financial advice. When I gently mentioned boundaries, she'd look at me with confusion and say she didn't remember doing those things. Her memory problems made everything so unclear. James was constantly defending his mother, saying we had to be patient with someone who was sick. Patricia would have good days where she seemed almost normal, then bad days where she couldn't remember basic things. The pattern seemed convenient, with her memory always sharpest when she wanted to offer criticism or make decisions about our lives, and foggiest when confronted about overstepping. I started noticing inconsistencies. Patricia would claim to forget conversations about boundaries, but remember intricate details about baby products she thought we should buy. She'd be confused about what day it was, but never miss her favorite TV shows. She forgot my mother's name constantly, but remembered the names of all her book club friends. Her memory problems seemed selective. Then one afternoon, while Patricia was supposedly napping, I found her laptop open in her room. I know I shouldn't have looked, but something made me check her browser history. What I found made my blood run cold. She'd been researching symptoms of dementia, how to fake memory problems convincingly, and reading forums about adult children who'd taken in aging parents. There were bookmarked articles about grandparents' rights and how to establish residency in someone else's home. I dug deeper. Her email had correspondence with her sister discussing the plan to feign dementia to move in with us before the baby arrived. Patricia had written that once she was established in our home, especially once the baby came, it would be nearly impossible to get her to leave. She'd have grandparents' rights, could claim we were her caregivers, and could insert herself permanently into our lives. Her sister had replied with encouragement, saying it was brilliant, and Patricia deserved to be close to her grandchild. I found messages where Patricia coached herself on what symptoms to display, notes about which doctors to see who wouldn't do extensive testing, and even a journal where she tracked her performance of confused behavior. She'd been systematically faking a devastating illness to manipulate her way into our home and our lives. The stove incidents, the getting lost, the 911 call, all of it was calculated deception. I sat there shaking with rage and horror. This woman had made my husband believe she was dying. She'd manipulated us into letting her move in while I was pregnant and vulnerable. She'd planned to use a fake illness to control our lives and our child. And she'd done it all with cold, calculated precision. I copied everything. Every email, every browser history entry, every journal note. I saved it all to a secure drive, and then I started planning. Patricia wanted to fake dementia to control us? I was going to make sure she faced real consequences for faking a medical condition. I made an appointment with Patricia's primary physician without telling James or Patricia. I brought all the evidence showing she'd been faking her symptoms, including her own documented plan. The doctor was appalled. He explained that what Patricia had done wasn't just manipulative, it was potentially illegal. She'd filed false police reports with the 911 call. She'd committed insurance fraud by having unnecessary medical tests. And she'd created false medical records that could affect her future health care. The doctor said he was obligated to report the fraud to the relevant authorities and would be documenting in her medical file that her dementia symptoms were fabricated. He also said that if she was willing to fake a serious illness for manipulation, it raised concerns about her mental health and judgment. He recommended a psychiatric evaluation to determine if she was experiencing a personality disorder or other mental health crisis that would drive such extreme deceptive behavior. I also contacted an attorney who specialized in elder law and fraud. She confirmed that Patricia's actions crossed legal lines and that we could file for a restraining order based on the fraud and manipulation. She said Patricia had essentially conned her way into our home under false pretenses, and we had every right to remove her immediately. Then, I scheduled an appointment with a psychiatrist who dealt with factitious disorders and deceptive behavior. I provided all the evidence and explained the situation. The psychiatrist reviewed everything and said Patricia's behavior showed signs of severe personality pathology. She agreed to conduct an evaluation if Patricia could be convinced to attend. I had all my documentation ready. Then, I sat James down and showed him everything. His mother's emails planning the deception, her browser history researching how to fake dementia, her journal tracking her fake symptoms. All of it. I watched his face go from confusion to disbelief to horror, as he realized his mother had been lying about being sick to manipulate us. James was devastated. He'd been terrified of losing his mother, had rearranged his entire life to care for her, had defended her against my concerns about boundaries, and it had all been an elaborate con. He confronted Patricia that evening with me present and recorded on my phone for evidence. Patricia initially tried to deny everything, but when James showed her the emails and browser history, she broke down. Not with remorse, but with anger that we'd violated her privacy by going through her computer. She actually said we had no right to snoop, and that she'd done what any grandmother would do to be close to her grandchild. She claimed she'd been planning to reveal the truth eventually, but needed to secure her place in our lives first. James told her to pack her things and leave immediately. Patricia refused, claiming she had tenant rights after living here for over 30 days. She said if we tried to force her out, she'd call the police and claim elder abuse. She'd tell everyone we'd abandoned a sick woman and taken away her grandchild. She actually threatened us. That's when I played my cards. I told Patricia that her doctor had been informed of the fraud and had filed reports with insurance companies and adult protective services about her faking a medical condition. I told her I'd consulted with attorneys who confirmed she'd committed fraud and could face legal consequences. And I told her that a psychiatrist had reviewed her behavior and recommended mandatory psychiatric evaluation for someone capable of such elaborate deception. I gave her a choice. She could leave voluntarily, immediately, and we'd agree not to pursue criminal fraud charges. Or she could refuse to leave, and I'd file police reports, restraining orders, and have her involuntarily committed for psychiatric evaluation based on her demonstrated dangerous, deceptive behavior and poor judgment. In many states, family members can petition for emergency psychiatric holds if they can show the person is a danger to themselves or others through impaired judgment. Patricia's own documented plan showed severely impaired judgment. Patricia called my bluff. She said I'd never actually have her committed, that James would stop me, and that she wasn't going anywhere. She was going to be there when her grandchild was born, and there was nothing we could do about it. So I followed through. I filed for an emergency psychiatric hold based on the evidence of Patricia's elaborate deception, her demonstrated impaired judgment, and the concern that someone capable of such manipulation could pose a risk to a newborn. I provided her own emails and journal showing premeditated fraud. I had statements from her doctor confirming the faked illness. I had the attorney's assessment of her fraudulent behavior. The petition was granted. Police and crisis intervention specialists came to our house and escorted Patricia to a psychiatric facility for mandatory evaluation. She screamed that I was lying, that she wasn't crazy, that James needed to stop this. But James stood there silent, too hurt and betrayed to defend her. She was taken away in a crisis intervention vehicle. The mandatory hold was for 72 hours initially, but the psychiatric evaluation found concerning patterns. Patricia showed signs of narcissistic personality disorder and factitious disorder imposed on another. Essentially, she was willing to fake illness to manipulate people. The psychiatrists recommended she continue treatment. Her stay was extended to 2 weeks of inpatient psychiatric care. When Patricia was finally released, she was required to attend mandatory outpatient therapy and was prohibited from contacting us without approval from her therapist. We filed a restraining order that was granted based on the fraud and manipulation. Patricia was legally barred from coming within 500 feet of our home. Our baby was born 6 weeks later. Patricia has never met her granddaughter. She's not allowed to, under the restraining order, and James has no interest in ever seeing his mother again. He's in therapy dealing with the betrayal and the realization that his mother was willing to fake a devastating illness to control his life. Patricia's family is fractured. Her sister, who encouraged the deception, has been ostracized by other family members who learned what happened. Some relatives think I went too far having Patricia committed. They say she was manipulative but not actually mentally ill, and that I used the psychiatric system as punishment rather than help. They point out that Patricia lost 2 weeks of her life locked in a facility and now has psychiatric records that will follow her forever. James's father, Patricia's ex-husband, called me a vindictive monster who'd weaponized mental health services against a woman whose only crime was wanting to be close to her grandchild. He said having someone involuntarily committed is traumatic, and I'd done it knowing it would destroy Patricia's reputation and mental health. He's threatened to help Patricia sue us. My own parents are uncomfortable with what I did. They agree Patricia's deception was horrible, but think I should have just kicked her out and cut contact. They say having her committed was extreme and potentially harmful, that psychiatric holds are for people who are genuinely a danger, not for punishing manipulative behavior. The psychiatrist who evaluated Patricia told me privately that while Patricia did show concerning personality patterns, she probably didn't meet the threshold for involuntary commitment and may have grounds to challenge it legally. She said I'd provided compelling evidence that made the hold seem justified, but that I'd essentially manipulated the system the way Patricia had manipulated us. Patricia completed her mandatory outpatient therapy, but her therapist's notes, which we saw during restraining order proceedings, indicated Patricia mostly felt victimized by what happened and showed limited insight into her own behavior. She's apparently telling people she had a nervous breakdown and her cruel daughter-in-law had her institutionalized to keep her from her grandchild. Our daughter is now 4 months old. She'll grow up never knowing her paternal grandmother because of choices I made. James supports what I did, but sometimes I catch him looking sad, and I know he's thinking about his mother. His relationship with his father is strained because of how I handled Patricia. I'm dealing with postpartum anxiety that my therapist thinks is partly related to the stress and guilt of what happened with Patricia. I have nightmares about someone taking my daughter away, the way I facilitated taking Patricia away. I wonder if I've passed on generational trauma through my actions. Patricia's psychiatric records are permanent. If she ever has real cognitive issues, her history of faking dementia will complicate getting appropriate care. The involuntary commitment is on her record forever. She lost her job because of the time away and the nature of her psychiatric hold. Her reputation in her community is destroyed. I protected my family from a manipulative woman who faked illness to control us. But I did it by using psychiatric services as a weapon, by having someone locked in a facility not because they were truly dangerous, but because I wanted them punished. Patricia's deception was calculated and cruel, but my response may have been disproportionate and harmful in ways I'm only beginning to understand. Was I justified in having Patricia involuntarily committed to stop her manipulation? Or did I abuse mental health services to exact revenge on my mother-in-law? My parents forced me to donate a kidney to my brother, then cut me off, so I took it back. The day my brother Ethan, 26, collapsed at his college graduation was supposed to be a celebration. I'm 28, and we'd never been particularly close despite only being 2 years apart. Our parents always favored him, the athletic golden child who could do no wrong, while I was the quiet, bookish daughter they tolerated. But I never wished him harm, so when he was rushed to the hospital and diagnosed with acute kidney failure, I was devastated for him and our family. The doctors said Ethan needed a transplant urgently. He'd been born with a congenital kidney condition that had gone undetected until it suddenly progressed to failure. Without a transplant within the year, he'd be facing dialysis indefinitely and a significantly shortened life expectancy. Our parents were tested immediately, but neither was a match. Extended family was tested too, but no compatible donors emerged. Then the doctors suggested testing me. I agreed immediately, hoping I could help my brother despite our rocky relationship. When the results came back showing I was a perfect match, our parents cried with relief. My mom hugged me for the first time in years and said I was saving Ethan's life. My dad actually looked at me with something like pride. For once, I was the important child. The transplant was scheduled for 3 months later, to give me time to prepare physically and mentally. It's major surgery with real risks and lifelong implications. I'd have to take medications, modify my lifestyle, and live with only one kidney for the rest of my life. But everyone assured me I was doing a heroic thing, that family takes care of family, and that Ethan would be forever grateful. During those 3 months, my parents' attention felt different. They called regularly, asked about my health, made sure I was following the pre-surgery protocols. My mom cooked my favorite meals when I visited. Dad talked about how proud he was to have such a selfless daughter. Ethan even apologized for how distant we'd been and promised we'd build a real sibling relationship after this. I believed them. I thought maybe this tragedy would finally bring our family together, and I'd stop being the overlooked daughter. I went through with the surgery willingly, even eagerly, thinking I was gaining a real family connection along with saving my brother's life. The surgery was successful. Ethan's body accepted my kidney perfectly, and he started recovering immediately. My recovery was harder, more painful than I expected, but everyone said that was normal. I spent 2 weeks mostly bedridden, another month on restricted activity. My parents visited me once in the hospital right after surgery, then I didn't hear from them much during recovery. They were focused on Ethan, which I understood. He was the one who'd been dying. After about 6 weeks, when I was finally feeling somewhat normal again, I tried to reconnect with my family. I called my parents to see if they wanted to have dinner and celebrate Ethan's recovery together. My mom said they were busy, but maybe another time. I called again the next week and got the same response. I texted Ethan to see how he was feeling and if he wanted to grab coffee. He read the message but never responded. 2 months post-surgery, I drove to my parents' house unannounced because they kept dodging my calls. I found them having a backyard barbecue with Ethan, his girlfriend, and several family friends. Nobody had told me about it. When I walked into the backyard, the conversation stopped. My dad looked annoyed that I'd shown up uninvited. My mom asked what I needed, as if I was a stranger interrupting their party. I stood there confused, with my surgical scars still healing, looking at my family celebrating the brother whose life I'd saved, and realized none of them wanted me there. Ethan wouldn't even make eye contact. When I asked why I hadn't been invited, my mom said they didn't think I'd be interested since I wasn't close with Ethan's friends. Like I hadn't just given him a piece of my body. That's when my dad pulled me aside and told me bluntly that I shouldn't expect things to change just because of the transplant. He said I'd done what any decent sister would do, but that didn't mean we suddenly had to pretend to be a close family. He actually said that giving Ethan my kidney was the least I could do after years of not contributing much to the family. The least I could do. I left in shock. Over the next few months, the message became clearer. My parents went back to barely acknowledging my existence. Ethan never reached out, never thanked me beyond a generic text right after surgery. When I tried to join family dinners or holidays, I was told they had limited space or were keeping things small. They'd used me for my kidney and then discarded me like a used tissue. I spiraled into depression. I'd undergone major surgery, changed my life forever, risked my health, all for a family that went right back to treating me like I didn't matter. My therapist helped me see how dysfunctional the whole dynamic was, how my parents had essentially coerced me into the donation by temporarily giving me the attention I'd craved my whole life. Then, 9 months after the transplant, I got a call from my parents. Ethan was getting married, and they needed to talk about my contribution to the wedding. Not an invitation to be in the wedding party, but a request for money. They were helping pay for Ethan's wedding and thought I should chip in too, since Ethan was my brother. They wanted $5,000. I laughed, and said no. My dad got angry and brought up the kidney, saying I'd saved Ethan's life, so the least I could do was help make his wedding day special. The least I could do. That phrase again. I told him I'd already given Ethan the most valuable gift possible and wouldn't be contributing money. My mom called me selfish and said she was disappointed in who I'd become. That's when something snapped in me. They'd taken my kidney, used me, discarded me, and now wanted more. I decided they needed to understand actions have consequences. I started researching organ donation and medical ethics. I found out that while you can't literally take back a donated organ, you can make the recipient's life extremely complicated if you choose to. I also discovered something interesting. Ethan had been non-compliant with his post-transplant medication regimen. Through a mutual friend who was close to Ethan's girlfriend, I learned Ethan had been partying heavily, drinking alcohol despite strict medical advice against it, and frequently missing his anti-rejection medications. He figured since he felt fine, he didn't need to be so careful. His doctors didn't know because he lied during follow-up appointments. This non-compliance was dangerous not just for Ethan, but created liability issues. If his doctors knew he was being reckless with a transplanted organ, it could affect his treatment and future eligibility for medical interventions. It was also a betrayal of the donor, me, who'd sacrificed for him. I documented everything through social media posts Ethan was stupid enough to make public. Photos of him doing shots at bars with captions about how great he felt. Posts about forgetting his annoying pills and not caring. I compiled months of evidence showing clear, deliberate non-compliance with his medical protocols. Then I sent everything to his transplant coordinator and nephrologist. I included a letter explaining that, as the living donor, I felt obligated to inform them that their patient was jeopardizing the transplanted organ through reckless behavior. I stated that I'd undergone significant sacrifice to provide the kidney and was concerned it was being wasted. The medical response was swift. Ethan's doctors called him in for emergency appointments and confronted him with the evidence. His blood tests confirmed irregular medication levels. He was put on strict monitoring protocols, assigned a patient advocate to ensure compliance, and warned that continued non-compliance could result in refusal of future treatment, including dialysis if the kidney failed. But I wasn't done. I also filed a complaint with the hospital's Transplant Ethics Board. Living organ donation has strict ethical guidelines, including that donors shouldn't be coerced and recipients must demonstrate they'll properly care for the organ. I argued that my family had psychologically coerced me into donation through manipulation and false promises of relationship improvement, then abandoned me post-surgery. I also documented Ethan's non-compliance and argued the hospital had failed in their duty to ensure the recipient would be responsible. The ethics investigation was lengthy and invasive. My entire family was interviewed. The truth came out about how they'd treated me before and after the donation, how they'd temporarily love-bombed me to ensure I'd go through with it, then immediately reverted to exclusion and dismissal. The hospital couldn't prove outright coercion, but the ethics board noted serious concerns about the family dynamics and how they'd failed to identify psychological pressure on the donor. The hospital received a formal reprimand for inadequate psychological screening of living donors. The case was written up as an example of how family dynamics can create unethical donation situations. Ethan's case was flagged in the National Transplant Database as having donor-recipient relationship complications. More immediately, Ethan's insurance was notified of his non-compliance. His premiums increased dramatically because he was now classified as high risk. His future eligibility for any transplant-related coverage was noted as contingent on demonstrated compliance. If my kidney failed due to his behavior, he'd have a much harder time getting support for dialysis or another transplant. My parents were furious. They showed up at my apartment screaming that I was trying to kill Ethan, that I was a vindictive monster who'd turned on her own brother. I recorded the whole encounter on my phone, including my mother saying I should never have been born, and my father saying giving me life was his biggest regret. I filed a restraining order, using that recording as evidence of harassment and threats. Ethan's wedding was postponed because the stress of the medical situation and family drama became too much. His fiancée started questioning whether she wanted to marry into such a dysfunctional family. Several guests had heard about the scandal through the small community and were asking uncomfortable questions. The restraining order meant my parents and Ethan couldn't contact me, but I heard through mutual connections that their lives had become chaotic. Ethan was dealing with the medical supervision, the insurance issues, and relationship problems. My parents were facing questions from extended family about how they'd treated me. The hospital case had become somewhat public in medical ethics circles, and people in their social sphere were aware something had gone very wrong. Then, Ethan's kidney function started declining. Whether from his previous non-compliance or the stress, nobody was sure. He wasn't in acute failure, but the numbers were trending wrong. His doctors increased monitoring and medication, warning him that my kidney might not last as long as hoped if he didn't take better care. My uncle, my mom's brother who'd always been kind to me, reached out. He said Ethan was scared and wanted to apologize, that my parents realized they'd been terrible and wanted to make amends. He asked if I'd consider meeting with them to discuss reconciliation, maybe even talk to Ethan's doctors about supporting his care going forward. I refused. I told my uncle that I'd given Ethan my kidney thinking it would gain me a family, but all it did was give them another reason to exploit me. I wasn't interested in reconciliation with people who'd used my body and then discarded me. If Ethan's kidney was failing, that was between him and his doctors. I'd done my part and owed them nothing more. My uncle said I was holding a grudge that could cost Ethan his life, that even if my parents and brother had been terrible, letting Ethan suffer wasn't the answer. I told him Ethan's health outcomes were the result of his own non-compliance, and that I'd simply reported medical facts to his doctors. If he'd been responsible with the gift I'd given him, we wouldn't be here. The restraining order is still in place. I haven't spoken to my parents or Ethan in over a year. Last I heard through family channels, Ethan's kidney function stabilized, but he's on a stricter medical protocol with regular compliance checks. He did eventually get married, but several family members who'd heard about the situation declined to attend. My parents have essentially been socially ostracized by portions of the family who learned how they treated me. I'm seeing a trauma therapist who specializes in family dysfunction and enmeshment. She says what my parents did was psychological abuse and medical coercion, that reporting Ethan's non-compliance was appropriate whistleblowing. But she also asks me if making sure his doctors knew, filing the ethics complaint, and pursuing the restraining order was about protecting the medical system or about punishing my family. I don't have a clean answer. Yes, Ethan was being medically irresponsible and his doctors needed to know. Yes, the hospital's screening process had failed to identify that I was being manipulated. But I also wanted them to hurt. I wanted Ethan to face consequences for treating my sacrifice like it meant nothing. I wanted my parents to see that using people has costs. Ethan may need another transplant someday. If my kidney fails, he'll go back on dialysis and the transplant list. He'll probably never get another living donor after the complications in his file. His health for the rest of his life will be compromised. And I'm the one who ensured the medical system knows he's non-compliant and our donation had ethical problems. I gave him a kidney thinking it would make me matter to my family. When that didn't work, I made sure that kidney came with permanent consequences. I don't know if that makes me a whistleblower who protected medical ethics or a vindictive sister who weaponized the healthcare system against her brother. Was I justified in reporting everything and pursuing the ethics complaint? Or did I go too far in trying to punish my family for how they treated me? My sister sabotaged my wedding to her ex, so I made sure she lost custody of her kids. The worst betrayal of my life came from the person I trusted most. My sister Vanessa, 36, and I, 32, were always close growing up. She was my best friend, my confidant, the person who knew everything about me. When she married her husband Derek 8 years ago, I was her maid of honor. When they had their twins, Mia and Ethan, who are now 6, I was there in the delivery room. I loved those kids like they were my own. Vanessa and Derek's marriage fell apart 3 years ago. The divorce was messy and bitter. Derek had apparently cheated, though Vanessa's behavior during the separation made people question who was really at fault. She became vindictive and erratic, using the kids as weapons. The custody battle dragged on for months before they settled on joint custody, with Derek getting the kids every other week. I stayed neutral during their divorce, maintaining relationships with both of them for the kids' sake. Derek and I had always gotten along well, and I didn't think it was fair to cut him out of my life just because his marriage to my sister ended. Vanessa understood, or at least she said she did. She told me she appreciated that I could still be civil with Derek for Mia and Ethan's benefit. What I didn't tell Vanessa immediately was that Derek and I had started talking more frequently after the divorce was finalized. Not romantically at first, just as friends supporting each other through difficult times. We'd meet for coffee occasionally to discuss how the kids were doing. Those conversations gradually became longer, more personal. We realized we had a connection that went deeper than just being family through my sister. About 18 months after their divorce was final, Derek and I started dating. We kept it quiet at first, knowing how explosive Vanessa's reaction would be. But after 6 months of seeing each other, we knew this was serious. Derek proposed. I said yes, and we decided we had to tell Vanessa. The divorce had been final for 2 years by then. We'd waited a respectful amount of time. We were both adults making our own choices. I took Vanessa to lunch and told her as gently as I could. She threw her drink in my face and screamed at me in the restaurant, called me a backstabbing whore who'd been sleeping with her husband behind her back. I tried to explain that nothing had happened while they were married, that we'd fallen in love after the divorce, but she wouldn't listen. She told me I was dead to her and stormed out. Our parents tried to mediate, but Vanessa refused to hear anything. She told our entire extended family her version, where I'd been having an affair with Derek during her marriage and had helped break them up. Half the family believed her without asking for my side. My cousin stopped talking to me. My aunt uninvited me from family gatherings. It hurt, but Derek and I decided to move forward anyway. We loved each other and hadn't done anything wrong. We planned a small wedding, keeping it intimate since most of my family wouldn't come anyway. I invited Vanessa anyway, hoping she might come around. She didn't respond to the invitation. I asked our mom to try one more time to talk to her, to at least have her understand this was happening with or without her approval. Mom said Vanessa was still too angry and needed more time. The week before my wedding, strange things started happening. Our photographer canceled, saying they'd gotten a call from someone claiming to be me, saying we'd decided to postpone. Our caterer received a similar call. Then our venue called confused because someone had tried to cancel our reservation. Each time, I had to prove I hadn't made these calls and scramble to make sure everything was still set. I knew it was Vanessa but couldn't prove it. She'd used spoofed numbers or called from places that couldn't be traced back to her. My wedding was turning into a nightmare of last-minute confirmations and damage control. Derek wanted to postpone and elope, but I refused to let her sabotage our day completely. The night before our wedding, I got a call from our venue. Someone had called in a bomb threat. The police had to sweep the building. They found nothing, of course, but the venue owner was shaken and considering canceling all events for the week. It took hours of pleading and Derek's lawyer getting involved to convince them the threat wasn't credible and our wedding could proceed. That's when I knew I had to end this permanently. Vanessa wasn't going to stop. She was escalating, moving from petty sabotage to actual crimes. If she'd go this far over a wedding, what would she do when Derek and I had kids of our own? When we moved forward with our lives, while she stayed stuck in her bitterness? I started documenting everything. Every canceled vendor with phone records of when they'd received calls. The bomb threat police report. I also started looking more carefully at Vanessa's behavior with Mia and Ethan, something I'd been concerned about but had avoided addressing because she was my sister. The kids had been having problems at school. Mia had anxiety and was seeing a therapist. Ethan had started acting out aggressively. Their teachers had expressed concerns about things the kids said, comments about Mom being sad and angry all the time, about walking on eggshells at home. Derek had mentioned it, but I'd dismissed it as normal adjustment to divorce. I reached out to the kids' therapist, Dr. Morrison, who I'd met at a few of the twins' birthday parties. I asked if she had concerns about Vanessa's parenting that I should know about as their aunt. She was careful about confidentiality, but she said she'd documented concerning patterns in her sessions with both kids. They described their mother saying terrible things about their father, making them feel guilty for loving him, and having explosive emotional episodes that scared them. I went to Derek with everything. The wedding sabotage that had escalated to criminal behavior, the therapist's concerns, my own observations of how anxious the kids had become. I told him Vanessa was unstable and potentially dangerous, and he needed to file for full custody to protect Mia and Ethan. Derek was hesitant. He didn't want to put the kids through another custody battle. He thought Vanessa just needed more time to adjust to us being together. I pushed hard, maybe harder than I should have. I told him that if he didn't protect his children from their unstable mother, I couldn't marry him. I made it an ultimatum. He filed for an emergency custody modification a week after our wedding, citing Vanessa's harassment and the bomb threat as evidence of instability, along with the therapist's concerns about the children's well-being in her care. We had documentation of everything: the vendor cancellations, police reports, phone records. We also had Dr. Morrison's notes about the children's anxiety and their descriptions of Vanessa's behavior. The custody hearing was brutal. Vanessa's lawyer tried to paint me as the villain who'd stolen her husband and was now stealing her children. But the evidence was overwhelming. The bomb threat alone was enough to get a judge's attention. And when combined with the therapist's testimony about the children's deteriorating mental health in Vanessa's care, the decision was clear. Derek was granted primary custody. Vanessa got supervised visitation only, twice a month for 4 hours at a time, with a court-appointed supervisor present. She was also ordered to undergo psychological evaluation and parenting classes before her visitation could be expanded. Vanessa lost her children because I'd systematically built a case against her and convinced Derek to pursue full custody. She went from having the kids half the time to barely seeing them at all, and I'd made it happen. The aftermath destroyed what was left of my relationship with my family. My mother stopped speaking to me, saying I'd turned Derek against Vanessa and stolen her grandchildren. My father tried to stay neutral, but eventually sided with Mom and Vanessa. They believed Vanessa's version, where I'd fabricated or exaggerated everything to get revenge for her not accepting my relationship with Derek. Extended family picked sides. My grandmother told me I'd betrayed my own blood over a man. My cousin sent me a long message about how family comes first and what I'd done was unforgivable. Even family members who'd initially been skeptical of Vanessa's affair accusations now believed them because why else would I be so cruel as to take away her children? But here's what nobody wants to acknowledge. Vanessa really was unstable. The kids really were suffering in her care. The therapist's concerns were legitimate. The bomb threat actually happened. I didn't make any of that up. What I did was weaponize the truth to destroy my sister's custody rights. But the underlying facts were real. Mia and Ethan are doing better now. Their anxiety has decreased significantly. They're thriving in school. Their therapist says the stable environment with Derek as the primary parent has been beneficial. They still see Vanessa twice a month, and those visits are reportedly going okay. They love their mother and deserve a relationship with her, just one that's monitored to keep them safe. Derek and I have been married for 8 months now. We're talking about having kids of our own soon. Life is good, or it would be if I didn't carry the weight of what I did to my sister. Because regardless of whether it was justified, I took her children away. I used her worst moments against her. I collected evidence like I was building a legal case, which I literally was. I turned her mental health struggles and poor judgment into a weapon that stripped her of custody. Vanessa's visitation supervisor told Derek that she cries every time the visit ends. She's apparently in therapy now and on medication. She's trying to do the work required to get more time with her kids, but it'll take months or years. She's lost years of bedtime routines, school pickup, daily life with her children. She's become the every other weekend parent she'd feared Derek would be. My therapist asks me if I think what I did was proportionate to Vanessa's actions. The wedding sabotage was horrible, especially the bomb threat. But did it warrant me helping to take away her children? Could I have pursued criminal charges for the bomb threat without involving the custody issue? Did I push Derek to file for full custody because it was truly best for the kids, or because I wanted Vanessa to hurt the way she'd hurt me? I don't have good answers. I tell myself the kids are better off, which is true. I tell myself Vanessa brought this on herself with her behavior, which is also true. But I also know I had a choice in how to respond, and I chose the option that would hurt her most. I didn't just want her to stop sabotaging my wedding. I wanted her to lose what she valued most because she'd tried to ruin what I valued most. Derek doesn't know about my ultimatum or how hard I pushed him to file for custody. He thinks it was his decision based on legitimate concerns. He'd be horrified if he knew I'd manipulated him into it. Our marriage is built partly on his belief that I was helping him protect his children, not that I was using his children to punish my sister. The kids call me Aunt Sophie and seem happy when we're all together. They don't understand the full story of why they don't live with their mom anymore. Someday they'll be old enough to ask questions, and I don't know how I'll explain my role in what happened. Vanessa sent me a letter last month through her lawyer. It just said, "I hope you're happy. You took everything from me." I haven't responded. What would I say? That I am happy, but not about what it cost? That she forced my hand by escalating her behavior? That I wish it hadn't come to this but won't apologize for protecting the kids? Was I justified in using Vanessa's behavior to help Derek get full custody? Or did I cross a line by orchestrating my sister's loss of her children as punishment for sabotaging my wedding? My sister used my IVF embryos without permission, so I had her parental rights terminated. Finding out you're an aunt through a Facebook pregnancy announcement is surreal enough, but realizing those are your own genetic children makes the world stop spinning. I'm 34. And my name is Rachel. My younger sister Natalie, 29, and I had always been competitive growing up, but I never imagined she'd do something this violating and permanent. Yet there she was in her announcement post, 7 months pregnant with twins, thanking the miracle of science and God's blessings, using embryos that were supposed to be mine. I'd gone through IVF 2 years ago with my then husband before our divorce. We'd created 8 viable embryos that were in cryo-storage at the fertility clinic. The divorce agreement specified that the embryos would remain frozen until we both agreed on their disposition, either destroy them, donate to science, or donate to another couple with both parties' consent. Neither of us was ready to make that decision, so they stayed in storage under both our names, with the clinic requiring both signatures for any action. After the divorce was finalized, I'd moved to another state for work and honestly tried not to think about those embryos. The idea of potential children that would now never exist was too painful. My ex-husband, Mark, had remarried quickly and started a new family, so I assumed he'd forgotten about them too. But apparently, I was wrong about who had access to them. When I saw Natalie's pregnancy announcement, something felt off. She and her husband Derek had been trying to conceive for 3 years with no success. She'd mentioned considering IVF, but said they couldn't afford it. Then suddenly she's 7 months pregnant with twins after being radio silent about fertility treatments? I called her immediately, demanding to know what was happening. Natalie was evasive at first, saying they'd gotten a miracle, that a donor had made their dreams possible. I pushed harder and finally she admitted it. Mark, my ex-husband, had given her and Derek the embryos. He'd told Natalie about them during a family gathering I'd skipped, mentioned he wanted them used rather than destroyed, and Natalie had jumped at the chance. Mark had signed the consent forms releasing the embryos to her. The clinic had processed everything legally since he was a co-owner of the genetic material. But here's what made it even worse. The embryos were created using my eggs and Mark's sperm, but the clinic records listed me as the maternal genetic source. Natalie hadn't undergone IVF herself. She'd used a gestational surrogate arrangement where my embryos were implanted in her as the surrogate carrier. Except, she'd had no intention of giving the babies to anyone. She'd exploited a loophole where Mark's consent was technically sufficient for donation, and she'd positioned herself as both the surrogate and the intended mother. Legally, it was complicated. Mark had the right to consent to embryo donation, but I'd never consented to my genetic material being given to my sister. The clinic should have required both signatures, but Mark had apparently convinced them I was unreachable and had signed something saying he had sole decision-making authority, which wasn't true. Natalie knew all of this and had proceeded anyway, getting pregnant with my biological children without my knowledge or permission. When I confronted her about the ethics and legality, Natalie said she'd done nothing wrong. Mark had every right to donate his genetic material, and she was giving these embryos a chance at life rather than letting them be destroyed. She said I should be grateful that my genetics would live on through her children, that she was doing me a favor by ensuring the embryos were used. She actually said I was being selfish for being upset when she was the one who'd carried the pregnancy and would raise the children. I told her those were my eggs, my genetic children, and she'd stolen them by manipulating Mark and lying to the clinic. Natalie got defensive and said legally the babies were hers since she was carrying them and would be listed as the mother on the birth certificates. She said I'd signed away any rights when I divorced Mark and left the embryos in limbo. She claimed I'd abandoned the embryos and she'd rescued them. I was devastated and enraged. These babies, my biological children, were being gestated by my sister who'd obtained them through what I considered reproductive theft. I consulted with 3 different attorneys specializing in reproductive law. They all said the situation was unprecedented and legally murky. Mark's consent might have been valid, or the clinic might have violated protocol. Natalie's role as both gestational carrier and intended parent created complications. And my lack of consent to this specific use was ethically wrong, but maybe not legally actionable. But one attorney mentioned something interesting. If I could prove the embryos were obtained through fraud or without proper consent, and if I could establish parental rights before the birth, there might be a path forward. It would require proving the clinic's procedures were violated and that I'd never abandoned my parental rights to the embryos. It was a long shot, but it was something. I filed an emergency lawsuit against the fertility clinic, Mark, and Natalie. I claimed the clinic had violated informed consent protocols by releasing my embryos without my signature. I claimed Mark had fraudulently represented that he had sole authority. And I claimed Natalie had knowingly participated in reproductive theft by accepting embryos she knew I hadn't consented to donate to her. The lawsuit triggered an immediate investigation. The clinic produced their records, which showed Mark had indeed signed documents claiming I was unreachable and he had sole decision rights. But my attorney subpoenaed email records proving the clinic had my current contact information and could have reached me. They'd failed to follow their own protocols, requiring both genetic parents' consent for embryo donation. That was a massive liability issue for them. Mark admitted under deposition that he'd been angry about the divorce and wanted to punish me by giving the embryos away. He said Natalie had approached him about donating them, knowing they were mine, and he'd agreed specifically because he knew it would hurt me. He'd told the clinic I was unreachable when he knew exactly how to contact me. His actions were deliberately malicious. Natalie's testimony was even more damning. She admitted she'd known I hadn't consented, that she'd asked Mark specifically for my embryos because she wanted children who were genetically related to her through me. She said she'd figured I'd never know, or, by the time I found out, it would be too late to do anything about it. She'd calculated that possession and pregnancy would equal permanent maternal rights. The judge was horrified. Reproductive materials and embryos have special legal status, and the violations of consent and protocol were egregious. The judge issued an emergency order, freezing the situation, and requiring genetic testing immediately after birth to establish parentage. The judge also indicated that if the babies were born and determined to be genetically mine, there would be a hearing to determine parental rights based on the fraud and consent violations. Natalie gave birth to twin girls 3 weeks later. Genetic testing confirmed they were biologically mine and Mark's. I filed an immediate motion to establish my parental rights and terminate Natalie's, arguing she'd obtained the children through fraud and had always intended to serve as a gestational carrier for my genetic material, making her a surrogate without a contract rather than a legal parent. The judge's ruling shocked everyone, because Natalie had obtained the embryos through knowing fraud, because she'd admitted she'd taken them specifically because they were mine, and because the clinic's protocol violations meant the embryo transfer had never been legally valid. The judge ruled that Natalie had no parental rights. She was essentially an unauthorized gestational carrier who'd stolen genetic material. The judge awarded me full parental rights to both twins. Natalie was ordered to hand over both infants to me immediately. She'd carried them for 9 months, given birth to them, and had them for 3 days before losing all legal rights. The babies, who she'd already named and bonded with, were removed from her hospital room and given to me. I watched my sister sob hysterically as hospital security took her daughters, my daughters, away from her. I'd won. I had my biological children. Natalie faced consequences for her theft, and Mark was ordered to pay child support since he'd fraudulently donated the embryos. But winning meant taking 2 newborns from the woman who'd carried and birthed them, my own sister, who, despite her terrible choices, had just lost the children she'd bonded with during pregnancy. The practical reality hit me immediately. I was suddenly a single mother of newborn twins. I'd won a legal victory, but now had 2 infants who needed round-the-clock care. I hadn't prepared for this, hadn't set up a nursery, hadn't even fully processed that these were my children. The judge's ruling gave me custody, but couldn't magically prepare me for the reality of caring for newborns. Natalie had a complete breakdown. She was hospitalized for psychiatric care after attempting self-harm. Her marriage to Derek fell apart because he blamed her for the entire situation and wanted nothing to do with the legal and emotional chaos. She lost her job due to the extended absence and mental health crisis. Her life completely unraveled within weeks of giving birth. My parents are destroyed. They've tried to stay neutral, but my mother is devastated watching Natalie suffer while knowing she brought it on herself. My father is angry with everyone, with Natalie for the theft, with Mark for his vindictive cruelty, and with me for pursuing legal action that resulted in the babies being taken from Natalie. He says I could have worked out shared custody or something less devastating. But here's the thing. Natalie didn't want shared custody. She wanted my children as hers exclusively, obtained through theft. She gambled that by the time I found out, maternal rights through pregnancy and birth would be absolute. She lost that gamble, and the consequences were exactly what she'd feared. I don't know how I could have been less devastating when the fundamental issue was that she'd stolen my embryos. The twins are 4 months old now. They're healthy and beautiful, and I love them desperately. But I'm struggling as a single mother with infants I hadn't planned for. I'm on unpaid leave from work, burning through savings and barely sleeping. The biological reality that these are my daughters doesn't erase the practical reality that I wasn't prepared to be a mother right now, let alone to twins. And I think about Natalie constantly. She carried these babies for 9 months. She felt them move, went through labor, gave birth to them. She had 3 days of being their mother before I took them away through legal force. The babies don't know her. They were too young when separated to form lasting bonds, but she knows them. She carried them and loved them and lost them. Natalie sends letters through her attorney begging for any contact with the twins. She wants visitation rights, wants to be part of their lives, promises she understands their mind, but can't bear having no relationship with them. My attorney advises against any contact since it could complicate the legal finality of my parental rights. But I read her letters and hear the anguish of a woman who lost her children, and I feel complicated things. Mark has shown zero interest in the twins beyond legally mandated child support. He achieved his goal of hurting me by giving away the embryos, and now that they've resulted in actual children who are my responsibility, he's indifferent. The twins will grow up knowing their father wanted to use them as a weapon to hurt their mother before they were even born. My friends are divided. Some say Natalie got exactly what she deserved for reproductive theft, and I'm a hero for fighting for my parental rights. Others quietly think I should have found a compromise that didn't involve ripping infants from the woman who birthed them. A few have stopped speaking to me entirely, too uncomfortable with the moral complexity. The fertility clinic settled with me for a significant amount to avoid further litigation over their protocol violations. That money helps with childcare expenses, but it doesn't resolve the ethical weight of what happened. An institution failed. 2 people conspired to hurt me, and the result is 2 innocent babies and their devastated birth mother who lost them. I look at my daughters and I love them absolutely, but I also know they exist because of theft, revenge, and legal warfare. Natalie will eventually recover mentally, but she'll spend her life knowing she carried and lost 2 children who are being raised by her sister. Mark will pay child support for children he never wanted, created solely to hurt someone. And I'll raise daughters knowing I took them from someone who, despite her terrible crime, loved them. Was I right to pursue parental rights that resulted in the twins being taken from Natalie immediately after birth? Or did I prioritize my genetic rights over what might have been in the children's best interest? My stepdad spent my college fund on his bio kids, so I reported him to the IRS. The man my mother married when I was 11 never really wanted me around. I'm 24 now, and looking back I can see that Tom, 53, tolerated me because he loved my mom. He had 2 kids from his first marriage, Brandon and Ashley, who were 8 and 10 when our families blended. From day one, it was clear they were his priority, and I was the outsider. Mom tried to create a happy blended family, but Tom's favoritism was impossible to miss. When my dad died when I was 7, he left money specifically for my education in a trust. About $75,000 that was supposed to be managed by my mom until I went to college. When she married Tom, she added him as a co-trustee, thinking it showed trust and commitment to their new family. My grandparents warned her against it, but she was in love and wanted to prove we were all one family now. Growing up in that house meant watching Brandon and Ashley get everything while I got the bare minimum. New laptops for them, my old one had to last. Family vacations to Disney World where I was told we couldn't afford to bring me, but somehow they managed for Tom's kids. Private music lessons, sports equipment, the latest phones, all for them. When I asked for anything, it was always, "Money is tight," or "maybe next year." Tom made decent money as an engineer, and Mom worked as a paralegal. They weren't wealthy, but they were comfortable. Comfortable enough for Brandon to get a car at 16, while I was told I'd need to save up for my own. Comfortable enough for Ashley to go to an expensive summer arts program, while I worked at a grocery store. The message was clear. I was less important than his real children. I tolerated it because Mom seemed happy, and I figured I just had to make it to college. My dad's money would cover my education, and I could finally escape. I worked hard in school, got good grades, and applied to several universities. When I got accepted to a solid state school with a partial academic scholarship, I was thrilled. The trust fund would cover the rest plus living expenses. Freedom was finally within reach. 3 months before graduation, I sat down with Mom and Tom to discuss accessing the trust fund. That's when Tom told me there was a problem. The money was gone, all of it. He said there'd been investment losses and bad market timing, and the account was essentially empty. Maybe $12,000 left out of $75,000. He seemed apologetic but said these things happen, and I'd have to figure out student loans like everyone else. I was devastated. My entire plan had been built around that money my father had left specifically for me. Mom cried and said she didn't understand how the investments had gone so wrong. Tom showed us some paperwork with complicated financial terms and said he'd done his best but couldn't control the market. He suggested community college for 2 years to save money. Something felt wrong. My dad had set up that trust conservatively, bonds and stable mutual funds, specifically to avoid major losses. I asked to see complete account statements and Tom got defensive. He said I was questioning his integrity and that he'd managed the money responsibly. Mom backed him up, saying we had to accept the loss and move forward. I didn't accept it. I went to my grandparents, my dad's parents, and told them what happened. They'd been excluded from details about the trust once Tom became co-trustee, but they still had copies of the original documentation. My grandfather was a retired accountant and offered to help me investigate. We requested full account statements from the financial institution managing the trust. Tom had been required to provide annual reports to the court since it was a trust for a minor, so those were public record. What we found made my blood boil. The investments hadn't failed. Tom had been systematically withdrawing money from the trust for years, taking out amounts just small enough to avoid triggering automatic reviews. The withdrawals corresponded exactly with major purchases for Brandon and Ashley. Brandon's car, $15,000, withdrawn 2 weeks before he got it. Ashley's summer arts program, $6,000, withdrawn the month before. Their family vacation to Europe that I wasn't included in, $12,000 withdrawn right before they booked it. On and on, year after year, Tom had stolen from my trust fund to give his biological children advantages, while telling me we couldn't afford things. He'd taken nearly $60,000 over 7 years. The remaining money had been in legitimate investments that had actually performed reasonably well, but his theft had drained the account. My father's money, left specifically for my education, had been stolen to fund a better life for Tom's kids, while I was treated like the poor stepchild. My grandfather wanted to go to the police immediately, but I asked him to wait. I was so angry I couldn't think straight, and I needed time to figure out how to handle this. Tom had stolen from me for years, treated me like I was less worthy than his real kids, and then lied about it. Mom had either been complicit or willfully ignorant, but either way she'd failed to protect my interests. I started planning. I couldn't just confront them because Tom would make excuses, and Mom would probably defend him like always. I needed consequences that would actually hurt. I researched everything about the trust, about breach of fiduciary duty, about theft and embezzlement. I learned that what Tom had done was multiple kinds of illegal. The trust documents were clear that money could only be withdrawn for my education or necessary living expenses with proper documentation. Tom had falsified records, claiming withdrawals were for my benefit when they'd actually gone to his kids. That was fraud. He'd also never declared the withdrawals properly on their taxes. When you're a trustee taking money from a trust, there are specific tax reporting requirements. Tom had ignored all of them. I went to a lawyer with everything my grandfather and I had found. The lawyer said I had multiple options: civil suit for breach of fiduciary duty, criminal complaint for theft and fraud, and reporting the tax violations to the IRS. I could pursue all 3 simultaneously. The civil suit would potentially get me my money back. The criminal complaint could result in charges. The IRS report would trigger an audit that could destroy them financially. I filed everything the same day. The civil suit seeking full restitution plus damages, the criminal complaint with local police and the district attorney, and a detailed report to the IRS documenting years of unreported income and fraudulent trust management. Tom and Mom found out when the sheriff served them papers at their house. Brandon and Ashley were both home, along with some of their friends. According to my younger cousin who heard about it later, Tom turned white and started yelling that I was being vindictive and ungrateful. Mom called me crying, begging me to drop everything, saying I was tearing apart our family. I told her the family had been torn apart when she let Tom steal my father's money to fund his kids' lifestyles. I told her she'd chosen Tom over me every single day for 13 years, and now she could live with the consequences. Then, I blocked her number. The investigation moved forward. The district attorney was very interested because the amounts and time frame showed clear criminal intent. The IRS audit uncovered even more problems. Apparently, Tom had been fudging their taxes in other ways too, inflating deductions and hiding income. The trust theft was just the beginning of what they found. Tom was charged with theft, embezzlement, and fraud. The criminal trial took 10 months. During that time, the IRS hit them with massive penalties and back taxes. They had to sell their house to pay what they owed. Brandon had to drop out of his expensive private college and transfer to a state school. Ashley's car got repossessed. The comfortable life Tom had built using my money crumbled. Tom was convicted on multiple counts. He got 3 years in prison plus 5 years probation and was ordered to pay full restitution of the trust amount plus interest and damages. That restitution judgment will follow him forever. They'll garnish his wages for the rest of his life if necessary. Mom divorced him while he was awaiting sentencing. She claimed she hadn't known about the theft, but I don't believe her. She had access to bank accounts and tax returns. She chose not to look too closely because she didn't want to know. She's tried to rebuild a relationship with me, but I can't forgive her. She was supposed to protect me, and instead she let her husband rob me blind. Brandon sent me a message saying I destroyed his family and ruined his life over money. He had to leave his friends, his school, everything, because of what I did to his dad. Ashley won't speak to me at all. My extended family on Mom's side is divided, some understanding why I did it, others thinking I went too far. My grandparents support me completely and helped me pay for college while the restitution works its way through the system. I graduated last year with my degree and minimal debt. I'm starting my career while Tom sits in prison and his kids blame me for their reduced circumstances. But here's what keeps me up at night. Brandon and Ashley didn't steal from me. Tom did. They benefited from it unknowingly. That car Brandon drove, he didn't know it was bought with my college money. The opportunities they got, they thought their dad was just providing for them. And I took it all away in revenge for what their father did. Brandon had to give up his dream school. Ashley's suffering from depression about everything that happened. They lost their dad to prison, their house, their stability. Yes, it was all funded by stolen money, but they were kids who didn't know. And I'm the one who made sure the consequences destroyed their lives too. Tom deserved everything he got. But did his kids deserve to have their lives blown apart because their father stole from his stepdaughter? Should I have found a way to get my money back without pursuing criminal charges that would inevitably hurt them? My therapist says I was a victim who stood up for myself. My grandfather says Tom's entire family benefited from his crime and had to face consequences. But I lie awake, thinking about Ashley crying when they lost their house, about Brandon's angry message, about how I turned their comfortable lives upside down. Was I justified in pursuing maximum legal consequences against Tom, knowing it would devastate his children's lives? Or did my revenge hurt innocent people? My twin sister stole my identity to ruin my career, so I erased hers completely. Being an identical twin to someone like my sister Olivia, both of us 27, sounds like it should be a special bond. Instead, it's been a nightmare of competition and resentment my entire life. We look exactly alike, same height, same features, even the same voice. But personality-wise, we couldn't be more different. I'm methodical and careful. She's impulsive and reckless. Growing up, Olivia used our identical appearance to get away with things by pretending to be me, and our parents usually believed her over me. After college, we went separate ways. I got into medical school and worked incredibly hard to become a pediatric resident at a prestigious children's hospital. Olivia bounced between jobs, got into credit card debt, and generally made poor life choices. We barely spoke, maybe twice a year at family gatherings where she'd make passive-aggressive comments about me being the golden child while she struggled. I tried to be sympathetic, but honestly, her problems were mostly self-inflicted. Everything changed 6 months ago. I started getting strange calls at work from creditors looking for payment on accounts I'd never opened. Then my hospital credentials stopped working one morning. When I went to HR, they pulled me into a meeting about inappropriate conduct. They showed me security footage from 3 weeks prior of me allegedly stealing medications from the supply room. Except, I'd been at a medical conference in another state, those exact dates, with dozens of witnesses and my hotel receipts to prove it. It took 2 hours of reviewing the footage frame by frame before someone noticed subtle differences. The woman in the video was wearing my credentials and looked exactly like me, but she had a small scar on her left hand that I don't have. Olivia has that scar from a childhood accident. My sister had somehow gotten a duplicate of my hospital badge, walked into my workplace, and stolen controlled medications while pretending to be me. The hospital security pulled more footage. Over a 3-week period, Olivia had accessed the hospital 5 different times using my identity. She'd stolen prescription pads, medications, and had even seen patients while impersonating me. One of those patients had a complication because Olivia gave completely wrong medical advice, telling a parent to stop their child's prescribed antibiotics because she believed in natural healing. That child ended up back in the ER with a worsening infection. When I confronted my parents about this, they initially didn't believe me. Olivia had apparently been telling them I was helping her get back on her feet by letting her use my credentials to shadow me at work. They thought we'd finally developed a good relationship. The truth was so much worse. Olivia had been planning this for months. I hired a private investigator who uncovered the full scope of what Olivia had done. She'd been systematically stealing my identity for almost a year. She'd opened credit cards in my name and maxed them out, over $60,000 of debt. She'd used my identity to rent an apartment she never paid for, sticking me with eviction proceedings. She'd even applied for medical licenses in other states using my credentials and exam scores, planning to practice medicine while pretending to be me. The medications she stole from the hospital were being sold online. She'd created a whole illegal pharmacy operation using stolen prescription pads with my name and DEA number. My investigator found dozens of forged prescriptions, all signed with my name. Olivia had essentially built a criminal enterprise using my identity, and if I hadn't caught it, I would have been the one facing charges for everything she'd done. I reported everything to the police immediately. Olivia was arrested at her apartment, which was full of stolen hospital supplies, forged documents, and enough evidence to put her away for years. She was charged with identity theft, fraud, practicing medicine without a license, drug trafficking, and about 15 other felonies. The prosecutor said it was one of the most elaborate identity theft cases they'd seen because she'd had the unique advantage of looking exactly like me. My parents begged me to drop the charges. They said Olivia was sick, that she needed help, not prison, and that I was destroying my own sister's life. They offered to pay back the money she'd stolen if I'd just make it go away. I refused. Olivia had stolen my identity, risked patients' lives, and nearly destroyed my medical career. She'd done it deliberately and systematically, showing zero remorse until she got caught. But reporting her to the police wasn't enough for me. I wanted to make sure Olivia could never do this again, to me or anyone else. So I started a campaign to essentially erase her ability to function in society using identity-based services. First, I worked with credit bureaus to flag both of our files with fraud alerts and twins alerts, a special designation that requires extra verification. But I went further. I provided evidence to the credit bureaus showing Olivia's pattern of identity fraud, and had them essentially red flag her identity permanently. Anytime someone tries to verify Olivia's identity for credit, employment, or housing, alerts pop up about her fraud history. Then, I contacted every professional licensing board in the country. I sent detailed reports about how Olivia had attempted to use my credentials to practice medicine and had endangered patients. Most professional boards share information across states. I made sure that Olivia's name, social security number, and biometric data were flagged in systems for medicine, nursing, pharmacy, and any healthcare-adjacent field. She'll never be able to work in healthcare in any capacity anywhere in the United States. I did the same with educational institutions. I reported to the National Student Clearinghouse that Olivia had committed identity fraud related to professional credentials. This created flags in her educational records that will appear any time she tries to enroll in school or use her degrees for employment. Her college degrees are essentially worthless now because verification systems will show fraud alerts. I went after her financial life systematically. Beyond the credit bureaus, I reported her to Checks Systems, the banking industry's internal database. Her fraud and the stolen medications business got her permanently flagged. She can't open checking accounts at any major bank in the U.S. I reported her to rental screening services and tenant databases, providing court records of the eviction she'd caused in my name. She's essentially unrentable to any legitimate landlord who does background checks. I even worked with my attorney to file civil suits, not just for the money she'd stolen, but for identity theft damages, emotional distress, and harm to my professional reputation. We got judgments totaling over $200,000. Those judgments are public record and will follow Olivia forever, garnishing any wages she might earn and making it nearly impossible for her to build any financial stability. The criminal case proceeded quickly because the evidence was overwhelming. Olivia tried to claim she'd been having a mental health crisis and didn't understand what she was doing, but the prosecutor showed the jury how premeditated everything had been. The months of planning, the careful theft of credentials, the sophisticated prescription fraud operation. None of it suggested someone who was simply confused or ill. It showed someone who'd calculated exactly how to exploit our identical appearance for profit. Olivia was convicted on 17 felony counts. The judge gave her 8 years in prison, noting that she'd endangered patients and violated the trust inherent in healthcare. She also has to pay full restitution for everything she stole, though realistically she'll never be able to pay it all back. When she gets out, she'll be a convicted felon in her mid-30s with no real job prospects, given how thoroughly I'd flagged her information in every system. My hospital cleared me completely, but I still lost my residency position. The program director said it wasn't about doubt in me, but about the disruption and the patient safety incident that occurred because of Olivia's impersonation. They couldn't risk having me there, given the publicity and the parents' lawsuit over the child who'd been given wrong medical advice. I had to start over at a different hospital in another state, setting my career back by 2 years. That patient, who Olivia harmed while pretending to be me, their family sued both Olivia and me. Legally, the hospital and I weren't liable because I wasn't actually present, but the family's attorney argued I should have protected my credentials better. We settled for a small amount just to make it go away, but it's on my record now. Anytime I apply for hospital privileges, I have to explain that incident, even though I didn't cause it. My relationship with my parents is destroyed. They believe I went too far, that I should have handled this privately instead of ruining Olivia's entire future. They say I've ensured she can never recover from this mistake, that when she gets out of prison, she'll have nothing, and that's on me. They've essentially chosen her side, visiting her in prison regularly while barely speaking to me. Extended family is split. Some think Olivia deserved everything she got for such a profound betrayal. Others think I was vindictive, that the criminal charges were justified, but systematically destroying her ability to function in society was excessive. My aunt told me I'd become obsessed with revenge instead of just protecting myself and moving on. My therapist has asked me repeatedly whether flagging Olivia's identity in all those systems was about preventing future harm or about making sure she suffered as much as possible. The honest answer is both. Yes, I wanted to make sure she could never steal my identity again. But I also wanted her to feel trapped and helpless the way I'd felt when I discovered what she'd done. Olivia will get out of prison eventually, probably in 5 or 6 years with good behavior. She'll emerge into a world where she can't get credit, can't rent an apartment easily, can't work in most professional fields, and has a massive debt hanging over her that will follow her forever. I've essentially ensured she'll struggle financially and professionally for the rest of her life. I've rebuilt my medical career in a new city where nobody knows about the twin sister scandal. I'm doing well professionally, but I think about what I did constantly. Olivia committed serious crimes that endangered people. She deserved prison. But did she deserve to have me systematically destroy her ability to build any kind of normal life after she serves her time? My new boyfriend, who I've told everything, says I was protecting myself from someone who'd already proven she'd destroy me without hesitation. My medical school roommate thinks I let my anger drive me to cruel overkill. I don't know which one is right. Was I justified in flagging Olivia's identity across every system possible to prevent future fraud? Or did I go too far by essentially erasing her ability to function normally in society? My wealthy aunt promised to pay for college, then gave it to her dog charity, so I exposed her tax fraud. Hearing your aunt cheerfully explain she's redirected your college fund to build a luxury dog sanctuary is a special kind of betrayal. I'm Maya, 22, and my Aunt Diane, 58, has been wealthy my entire life thanks to her late husband's real estate fortune. She never had children and always told me I was like the daughter she never had. From the time I was 14, she promised she'd pay for my college education anywhere I got accepted, no limits, because education was the greatest gift she could give me. I worked incredibly hard in high school, maintained a perfect GPA, did extensive volunteer work, and got into my dream school, a prestigious private university with annual costs around $75,000. When my acceptance letter arrived, I was thrilled and immediately called Aunt Diane to share the news. She seemed genuinely happy for me and told me to accept the offer, that she'd handle the financial arrangements with the university directly, as we'd always discussed. 2 months before freshman year started, I got a concerning email from the university's financial aid office. They hadn't received any payment or commitment from my aunt, despite multiple attempts to contact her. My stomach dropped. I called Diane immediately, and she asked me to come to her house that evening for dinner, where she had something important to discuss. At dinner, Diane seemed surprisingly upbeat, as she told me she'd had an epiphany about her life's purpose. She'd become heavily involved with animal rescue, particularly dogs, and had decided to donate $5 million to build a state-of-the-art dog sanctuary and rescue facility. She showed me architectural plans and talked excitedly about the specialized veterinary wing and the gourmet dog kitchen. Then she casually mentioned she wouldn't be able to fund my college education after all because her resources were committed to this sanctuary project. I sat there stunned as she explained that after deep reflection, she believed saving homeless dogs was a higher calling than funding one person's education. She said I was young and capable, that I could take out student loans and work my way through college like many people do. She actually said this would be character building for me. Meanwhile, she was spending millions on luxury accommodations for dogs while breaking a promise she'd made for 8 years. When I protested that she'd promised, that I'd made decisions based on her commitment, she got defensive. She said circumstances change, that she'd never signed a legal contract, and that her money was hers to spend however she chose. She offered me $5,000 as a college contribution and suggested I consider community college to save money. This from a woman worth over $20 million who was building climate-controlled suites for rescue dogs. I left her house devastated and furious. I had to scramble to arrange financial aid, take out massive student loans, and accept a school I'd turned down earlier that offered me significant scholarship money. My dream school was no longer possible. I'd have to work multiple jobs throughout college and would graduate with over $100,000 in debt. All because my aunt decided dogs were more important than her promise to me. Over the next 2 years, I watched Diane's social media fill with posts about her wonderful dog sanctuary. She was celebrated in the community as a philanthropist and animal lover. Local news covered the sanctuary's grand opening. She was honored at charity galas for her generosity toward animals. She basked in praise and recognition for her compassion, all while I worked 3 jobs to afford textbooks and ate ramen noodles to make rent. What made it worse was how she'd position herself. At family gatherings, she'd talk about the importance of hard work and self-sufficiency, implying my student loans were teaching me valuable life lessons she was wise to have facilitated. She'd post on social media about how young people today expected handouts instead of earning their way. The hypocrisy was staggering from someone who'd inherited all her wealth and never worked a day. Then, during my junior year, I was visiting my grandmother who mentioned something odd. She'd been doing taxes and noticed Diane had claimed massive charitable deductions for the dog sanctuary. But Grandma, who'd been a CPA before retirement, said something didn't add up about how Diane had structured the sanctuary legally. She showed me some documents Diane had left at her house, and my grandmother's trained eye had caught discrepancies. I asked Grandma to explain what she was seeing. She said Diane had established the dog sanctuary as a 501c3 charitable organization, which allowed her to claim tax deductions for donations to it. But the sanctuary's board of directors was just Diane and her 2 close friends, giving her complete control. More concerning, the sanctuary's financial records showed Diane was paying herself a $250,000 annual salary as executive director and was billing extensive personal expenses as sanctuary business costs. Her luxury car was registered to the sanctuary. Her home office renovation was paid for by sanctuary funds. Even some of her personal vacations were labeled as rescue coordination travel. This wasn't legitimate charity. It was a tax shelter. Diane was donating to her own organization, claiming massive tax deductions, then paying herself from that organization and using it to cover her personal expenses. She was essentially laundering her own money through a fake charity to avoid paying taxes while getting public recognition as a philanthropist. And she'd broken her promise to fund my education to set up this scheme. I researched tax fraud and charitable organization regulations extensively. What Diane was doing violated multiple IRS rules about nonprofit governance, self-dealing, and excessive compensation. The sanctuary existed, and it did help some dogs, but it was primarily a vehicle for Diane to avoid taxes and fund her lifestyle while appearing charitable. She'd denied me an education to build a tax fraud operation. I made copies of all the documents my grandmother had, including the sanctuary's financial records that Diane had carelessly left around. I also filed Freedom of Information requests for the sanctuary's 990 forms, which nonprofits must file publicly. The discrepancies were obvious once you knew what to look for. Donations from Diane to her own charity, enormous salary and expense payments back to Diane, and governance structure that gave her complete control with no real oversight. I compiled everything into a detailed package and submitted it to the IRS whistleblower office. The IRS takes nonprofit fraud seriously because it costs taxpayers money when wealthy people abuse charitable deductions. I included documentation of Diane's financial transfers, the sanctuary's governance structure, evidence of personal expenses being paid from sanctuary funds, and calculations of how much tax Diane had avoided through this scheme. I estimated she'd evaded over $800,000 in taxes over 3 years. I also sent copies to the State Attorney General's office, which oversees charitable organizations in our state. I included everything about the sanctuary's structure, Diane's self-dealing, and the questionable expenses. I made sure to document how Diane essentially controlled the organization while claiming charitable deductions for donating to herself. Then, I sent the package to the local newspaper that had covered the sanctuary's opening so glowingly. I explained that I was Diane's niece, that she'd broken her promise to fund my education to build this sanctuary, and that my investigation had uncovered it was primarily a tax shelter. I provided proof and documentation. I wanted everyone who'd praised her philanthropy to know the truth. The newspaper ran an investigative piece about nonprofit abuse and tax avoidance by wealthy individuals, featuring Diane's sanctuary prominently. They detailed how she'd structured the organization to maintain control while claiming tax benefits, how she'd paid herself excessively, and how much of the sanctuary's spending went to her personal benefit rather than animal welfare. The article noted that she'd been celebrated as a philanthropist while essentially running a sophisticated tax evasion scheme. The community response was swift. Other charities distanced themselves from Diane. The awards she'd received were quietly rescinded. Her social standing, which she'd valued enormously, evaporated as people realized her generosity was largely fake. She was no longer the celebrated philanthropist, but the wealthy woman caught exploiting charity laws for tax benefits. The IRS audit was thorough and brutal. They found exactly what I'd documented and more. Diane was assessed back taxes, penalties, and interest totaling over $1.3 million. The state attorney general forced the sanctuary to restructure its governance, remove Diane from leadership, and implement real oversight. Diane was banned from serving on the board of any charitable organization in the state for 10 years. But the IRS didn't stop there. They expanded their investigation to Diane's other tax returns and found a pattern of aggressive deductions and questionable claims. The total assessment with penalties grew to over $2 million. Diane had to liquidate assets to pay, including selling property and investments. Her comfortable lifestyle was suddenly threatened by the financial consequences of years of tax fraud. The sanctuary itself nearly collapsed. Once forced to operate with real oversight, and without being able to funnel money back to Diane, it struggled financially. They had to significantly downsize operations, and several employees lost their jobs. Some dogs had to be transferred to other rescues. The facility I'd helped expose as fraudulent had been helping real animals, even if that wasn't its primary purpose, and my actions contributed to harming that operation. Diane confronted me at a family gathering once everything came out. She'd figured out I was the source of the IRS complaint and the newspaper story. She called me vindictive and ungrateful, said I'd destroyed her life because I was bitter about student loans. She said I'd hurt innocent animals by attacking the sanctuary, that dogs would suffer because of my revenge. She actually cried, saying she'd loved me like a daughter and I'd betrayed her. I told her she'd betrayed me first by breaking an 8-year promise to fund my education so she could build a fake charity to avoid taxes. She'd used me as an example of character-building hardship while she was committing tax fraud and living luxuriously. She'd positioned herself as a philanthropist while I ate ramen and worked 3 jobs because of her broken promise. If she'd simply been honest about not wanting to fund my education, if she'd actually built a legitimate charity instead of a tax shelter, none of this would have happened. But Diane won't accept that narrative. To her, she made a legitimate choice about her money, and I destroyed her out of spite. Our family is completely divided. My parents quietly support me, understanding the betrayal and the fraud. But other relatives think I went too far, that I should have dealt with my disappointment about college funding without destroying Diane's finances and reputation. My grandmother, whose accounting eye first spotted the discrepancies, feels guilty for inadvertently giving me the information that led to this. She says Diane deserved to be caught for tax fraud, but she's sad about the family destruction it caused. She's lost her relationship with her sister, my aunt, because of information she casually shared with me. The IRS whistleblower program paid me a reward, about 15% of the taxes they collected based on my information. I received roughly $200,000, which is certainly meaningful money. I used it to pay off my student loans and graduate debt-free. The irony isn't lost on anyone. I got my college funding after all, just by destroying my aunt rather than through her generosity. Some family members see this as proof I was motivated by greed rather than justice. Diane's friends have ostracized me completely. They see me as the ungrateful niece who destroyed a woman who'd offered to help with college, conveniently forgetting that she'd promised and then reneged to build a fake charity. They focus on the fact that she'd been doing animal rescue work, ignoring that she'd been using it primarily for tax fraud. To them, I'm the villain who attacked someone doing good work because I didn't get everything I wanted. The dogs that were at the sanctuary did ultimately find homes or places at other rescues, but the transition was difficult, and some animals suffered from the stress of relocation. The sanctuary workers who lost their jobs were innocent people caught in the consequences of Diane's fraud and my exposure of it. They'd been caring for animals, not committing fraud, but they paid a price for my actions. I graduated from college last year, debt-free thanks to the whistleblower reward, with a good job lined up. I'm financially stable in a way I wouldn't have been with 6 figures of student debt. But I don't have a relationship with my aunt, and I'm not sure I ever will. Half my extended family won't speak to me, and I think constantly about whether there was a way to hold Diane accountable for breaking her promise without destroying her finances and reputation. Diane is 60 now, with her reputation ruined, her social standing destroyed, and her finances damaged by the IRS assessment. She's still wealthy enough to be comfortable, but not wealthy enough to maintain the lifestyle she'd enjoyed. She's bitter and angry, and she tells anyone who'll listen that I destroyed her because she'd made one decision I disagreed with. She's rewritten history where she was a generous person trying to help animals, and I was a vengeful niece who couldn't handle not getting my way. My therapist asks whether I reported Diane's tax fraud because it was the right thing to do, or because I wanted revenge for the broken college promise. The honest answer is that I probably wouldn't have looked for dirt on her if she'd kept her promise. The broken promise made me angry enough to investigate, and the investigation revealed crimes that deserved reporting. But my motivation was definitely revenge, even if what I reported was legitimate fraud. I protected the IRS and legitimate charities by exposing Diane's tax shelter scheme, but I also destroyed my aunt's reputation, contributed to a sanctuary downsizing that hurt animals and workers, and fractured my family. Diane committed real crimes that deserved consequences, but I made sure those consequences were as severe as possible because she'd hurt me first by breaking her promise about college. Was I justified in reporting my aunt's tax fraud to the IRS and media, even though my motivation was revenge for her broken promise about college funding?